We had one in June.
No,
He was
I'm
texting
saying,
me.
I didn't eat.
Should we go to
She asked me.
Yeah. On California with lunch.
Capper.
I'm like,
Just the
don't
walking
ask me
pieces.
because
Didn't even
I
say
know
it,
you
just
don't
walking
ask
pieces.
West or Corey because
Catch
they
the-
probably didn't pay attention.
They could rob it.
We got a guy pulling the pickup truck on the dock.
Just go get like a little bit yourself.
Trying to come in. Capped, clerk, 25.
Joe Friedel said he could tell me he was going to be here because I look all nice.
From here to the
That's what he said
corner
too.
I wanted to be like, so you told me I
I
look.
hate doing that.
I wanted to be like, thanks for letting me know. I look like shoot every other day, but
I'm just gonna make the comment that I've never seen you wear a dress. And
Ever.
I've been here 10 years.
Never.
I've never seen her
but I
dress.
didn't want to insult you.
No,
Yeah.
you would have not. I got it. I
But I
understand.
love
I like that. No, I got it. I understand. Oh, we moved you
Did
down
they
low.
take my?
No,
It's like y'all can't take my.
Judge put it here so it might be easier for you.
I didn't put my hair, but if I would have done it, it would have been.
And we shot second time at the cooler.
It's like in my office
It
right
wouldn't
now.
break the line.
Curl it, but it would have just been like this at the end of the day.
Who do you want?
So not even, it's like
Oh,
not even.
Send it out on the, you know, this guy, 17 pages.
Oh, that church cheering that back if he wants to.
No, that's gas. They make two separate.
It actually it's locked.
No, hold on.
That was easy. I think, where he's like, this on TV.
It's locked.
I guess it is better for me right there.
You, bud.
I know.
You shake your head.
We were thinking of you then.
Yeah. Thank you.
She was up in
Jenna Jackson. I always want to call her Jenna Jackson.
It wasn't Wednesday.
She's out there. I told her when I unlocked the door.
Before you, on his way home, donut cook is out in
Yep.
the parking lot. Put bowls here in your car,
Her husband
fire
was
up,
like holding her
cigarette,
on the nose.
comes out, sees the guy, runs out of that, tears off one of his foot.
They just assume.
I guess I have to.
Everybody assumes, yeah, because like, even like my neighbors, they assume that we're married. I don't like to correct,
Yeah.
but I'll say my boyfriend.
Yeah.
And I'll say my husband.
Photos of him, I guess, photos of him holding.
I let them
Be our
know.
friend.
Yeah. I'll try to stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Didn't he burn his clothes?
There we go.
Then he decided to close his
Yeah, I did.
Takes him out of the
Okay.
35.
So these are.
I did in the basement.
Yeah,
I don't know, like that civil.
yeah. We know our way around.
How does it happen?
It's, we have
So
some
both
doors
doors
and doors and stuff.
instead of
Yeah.
instead of after the healing, and then after the healing. You're gonna have to go. This is what I added. So you have to swing right here, goes back
It was so
to the, and I don't know what kind.
Beautiful though.
It was a beautiful courthouse, yeah.
This is all good.
I love this.
Stuff.
Yeah, like, it wasn't scratched.
But like, it was very beautiful. I'll send them to you.
It was like old, but nice. Like you can tell it was up.
Yeah.
But they also have the top, like this is all of it. And then we have a page, like it's called amendments.
Yeah.
So possessions and yes. Okay. Thank you. All right.
He's not told him if you get a list of people
Yes.
that not get a call,
We're not unlocking it until everybody's ready to go, and then I'll unlock it when everyone in.
if you be so kind, because I don't know who I'm gonna call.
One more person can zero.
Oh, let me have my stick.
Yeah.
It was almost.
He's the one that the officer could say that.
Oh, no.
Video.
So now I have to actually. I will be checking to see what time it is on it, even though there's something like this. If I really want.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
What's the,
Let's think about that a little while. I'm not gonna guide fund, yes.
Mason City.
It scares him to know that I'm But if you say, I'll go on cooking again, not even.
Download a new video, or whatever. Stick with that trip. In fact, maybe we could stipulation to all.
is that used to see voltage on that
None
one?
of these takes forever.
Actually, was it it's 8 seconds long, 50,000.
What I'm saying is, when Chase came in.
Oh, didn't you try it?
Said,
Yeah.
snapshot.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, what do we see over is that
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, I think stipulations change. Usually people who turned over the.
8 seconds has it started to
They were turned over, they were not edited by anyone.
If you're holding the button.
Oh, push 2 buttons.
They would
Okay.
chop out 15 minutes.
Interesting.
We obviously just haven't heard that.
About 10
I'm sure
minutes.
copy that out.
Yeah.
Why are you late?
1 and a half.
I have no evidence that they've been edited. So
I
I'm
just hope they come.
gonna just put it down.
I would think. They did. It's in a corner.
Okay.
And I was facial recognition.
There's like a whole world that has.
So like if they, if you know, that comes in here, they'll be asking.
Okay.
It'll notice if they have a warrant.
Or you can read the whole, following the witness list. All downloaded, true and accurate copies of the events or whatever.
We have it actually all the list.
All the instances.
Yeah, all
So I
the
guess that's me.
instances. Yeah, we're, yeah.
You didn't know by now.
Yeah.
You almost put it together.
Police department office. Unhoused security.
I've had a outstanding one for 3 years.
Yeah.
Probably the whole thing you do.
A guy that worked for our security mystery, he was at the fair, and he, Corey's found him.
One extra look at that dress that you guys have there.
I didn't have to work on it either, actually. No, no.
Very good.
Only good night.
Yes. See the rest of it. Yes, that
Or
one.
you got reading work every night. He still hasn't caught up on his sleep yet. So.
And he
She's the
won't,
one that went there.
especially
Doors
his
open.
night outs on Fridays sometimes. That girl that we saw right now, she was on the bench, yeah, so there's a story about her. So, if you haven't known yet, you'll know now that I did look at her when I was younger. Apparently that's a big thing. People make a big deal about it, but she was like, so when Corey introduced me to them, because I used to hang out with them all the time, you know, and he was like,
Oh, I'm sorry. I got questions. See you.
I'll tell you when I'm ready to go.
Shut up, down audio. Michael, Michael.
All rise. District Court of Iowa is now in session. Honorable Judge Latham presiding.
You may be seated. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We're here in the matter of State of Iowa versus Henry Dinkins, case number FECR 415636. Mr. Dinkins is present, and he is represented by his attorneys Chad Freese and Joel Waters. The State of Iowa today is represented by Kelly Cunningham, and I understand Assistant County Attorney Liz O'Donnell will be also representing the state. Before we start today, I would like to start with a couple of admonishments for both sides in this case. I'm asking both sides to advise their witnesses that they shall not be viewing any of the live streaming of this proceedings, and they shall not view that until they are released by the court as a witness in this case. Further, I understand that this is an open courtroom, and although this is a bench trial, I expect the same decorum in the courtroom as I would in any trial that I preside over, and I will ask for that respect of the court. Additionally, I would advise everyone that is viewing this trial within the courtroom, they're also admonished that they should not have any contact with any witnesses during the course of the trial or reach out to them in any way during the course of the trial. This trial is going to be conducted as cleanly as possible, so everyone has a fair trial in this matter. The court would first like to address outstanding rulings on motions made by both parties in this case. We had motions on Monday. A majority of the motions were already ruled on at that time, but I would like to address those rulings that are outstanding. I'd like to first address the state's motion to introduce other crimes, wrongdoings or acts of evidence pursuant to Iowa Rule of Evidence 5.404B. That was filed on July 22nd of this year. I'm going to deny that state's motion. The court finds the prejudicial effect and undue prejudice to Mr. Dinkins is too great and is not outweighed by the probative value of this evidence. But I will advise the state, if the state determines that this evidence should be presented as a result of how the case proceeds, the state may renew their motion. I will next address the defendant's motion that was filed on July 25th of this year, and that was precluding the state from offering any evidence of the defendant's purchase of bleach. I'm going to deny that motion filed by the defense. The court finds that this evidence is relevant to the facts of the case and may be confirmed by testimony of witnesses presented by the state, and the defense will have the opportunity to challenge the evidence through cross-examination. Next, the court addresses the defendant's motion to suppress that was filed on the same date, that being July 25th of this year. That motion is also denied. The court finds that this interview was not a custodial interrogation. Although the defendant's phone was removed from the room, it is clear from the video that he could have access to the phone. Even during the course of the interview, his phone rang and the officer allowed him to view who was calling, and the defendant actually stated he did not need to answer that phone call. And as far as any control of his keys, that was not done until just moments before he requested an attorney. The fact is, the defendant voluntarily came to the police station. He was not summoned down. Next, the purpose of the interview was just simply to gather information about a child that had disappeared and his efforts to locate her and his activities during that time frame. And the defendant was never confronted of any evidence of his guilt during the course of that interview. And at no time did the officer indicate he was not able to leave. He was even allowed to use the restroom and was knocking on the door and was able to exit the room. Clearly, the officer was only trying to gather information. And once the defendant requested to speak with an attorney, the interview was completed and no further questioning. Next, this court will address the state's motion in limine that was filed on July 28th of this year. We'll address paragraph 5, 5A, Roman numeral 1, that was previously granted at the previous hearing. Roman numeral 2, that motion will be also granted. The court does not find the relevance of this information, and if the defense may request the court to reconsider that upon how the case proceeds. Roman numeral 3, granted. The court again does not find the relevance of this information to the case, and there's no evidence that the defendant knew of this information prior to the incident in question. Paragraph 4, that motion is also granted. There is no relevance whatsoever to this case concerning that information or facts. Paragraph 5 and 6 is also granted. There's no support as to how this information is needed to address any credibility issues of that witness, and all the information or facts occurred after the events alleged in this matter. And also, in relation to all of those paragraphs, the court finds that there's no probative value in this, and it is only outweighed by the confusing of the issues in this case, possible wasting of time, and undue delay. And paragraph C is also granted. Again, this information clearly would only confuse the issues during the course of this trial. The defendant only became aware of this information following his arrest as to the information that has been provided to this court at this time. And again, any probative value of this is outweighed by that confusion. The defense, of course, may renew these, may address the court and request that this information or facts be presented during the course of the trial based on the evidence presented at trial. I would ask each counsel, do you believe that all motions have been addressed at this time?
The state does believe all motions have been addressed, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
At this time, Ms. Cunningham, I'd ask that you read the trial information then.
In the Iowa District Court for Scott County, State of Iowa Plaintiff versus Henry E. Dinkins, defendant. Criminal number FECR 415636, the trial information. Comes now Michael J. Walton, as County Attorney of Scott County, State of Iowa, and in the name and by the authority of the State of Iowa, accuses Henry E. Dinkins of the following crimes. Count 1, murder in the first degree. The said Henry E. Dinkins, on or about the 10th day of July 2020, in the County of Scott and State of Iowa, did commit murder in the first degree, in violation of Section 707.2 of the Code of Iowa, by willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, kill B.T., as defined in Section 707.2, subparagraph 1A of the Code of Iowa, or did kill B.T. while participating in a forcible felony, to wit, kidnapping in the first degree, in violation of Section 707.2, subparagraph 1B of the Code of Iowa. Count 2, kidnapping in the first degree. The said Henry E. Dinkins, on or about the 10th day of July 2020, in the County of Scott and State of Iowa, did confine or remove B.T. without authority or consent or by deception, with the intent to inflict serious injury or subject her to sexual abuse, and in so doing caused her death in violation of Section 710.2 of the Code of Iowa. A true information, Michael J. Walton, County Attorney. To these charges, the defendant has entered pleas of not guilty.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. You may proceed with your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, Ms. O'Donnell is now able to join us, so I would just ask her to come to the council table if she would.
She may.
May it please the court. Counsel, Mr. Dinkins. Your Honor, the facts that you're going to hear about involve individuals who were involved in some type of family relationship. And initially what I'm going to do is I'm going to identify the various parties, describe the relationship that existed amongst the various parties, and from there then I'll walk through the facts of this particular case. Breasia Terrell, during the period of July of 2020, was a 10-year-old girl. Her mother is Aisha Langford. Breasia had an older brother with the initials of CS, who was 13 during this period of time, and she had a younger brother by the name of DL, who was 8 years of age. Henry Dinkins is the biological father of DL. He is not the biological father of Breasia Terrell, and he is not the biological father of the older boy, CS, who was 13 at the time. Aisha Langford is going to get on the stand, and she's going to testify that she met Henry Dinkins when she was around 18 or 19 years of age. And by virtue of the relationship that they had, she became pregnant, and that's when she had conceived DL. As far as describing the relationship that she had with Henry Dinkins over the course of DL's life, she will testify that he was not a father who was actively engaged in the child's life. He was not an individual who would spend a lot of time with his son. He was not an individual that his son would go visit on a regular occasion. In fact, he was not an individual who was actively providing regular support to the family. At any rate, with that being said, that takes us to the time frame of June of 2020. Now, during the summer of 2020, Aisha Langford will testify that, in fact, there was opportunities to spend time at an activity where Henry Dinkins was located at. There were cookouts that were taking place. That would have happened during June of 2020. She and the children were participants in that cookout that Mr. Dinkins was responsible for putting on. And then during that period of time, Aisha Langford had the opportunity to meet a young woman by the name of Andrea Culberson. Andrea Culberson was a woman who was the girlfriend of Henry Dinkins, and she will testify that she had been involved in a 6-year relationship with Henry Dinkins. Now, Andrea Culberson She lived over at the Jersey Meadow Apartments. The address is 2744 Jersey Meadow Apartments, number 8. And that was an apartment that she was sharing with Henry Dinkins. With the backdrop of what had occurred in June of 2020, Aisha Langford will testify that around July 8th, she was traveling in her car with her son, DL, and happened to see the defendant travel past them and pull into a quick shop. DL expressed an interest in wanting to spend some time with his father. That prompted Aisha Langford to pull into the quick shop, engage Mr. Dinkins in a conversation, and indicate to him that he needed to spend some time with his son. By virtue of that conversation, Mr. Dinkins indicated that he would take the child, for a few days and spend some time with him. And so arrangements had been made for him to call, to come pick up DL, and the date that that particular event played out was actually on July 9th of 2020. Now, Aisha was actively employed. She worked at the Checkers located on East Locust. And just for purposes of perspective, because this will become important later on in testimony, if you think of the area where Sudlow Junior High is located at, there on Locust Street, and just about a half block down the street to the east, that's the Checkers that Aisha Langford worked at. She actually was working on the morning and afternoon of July 9th when Henry Dinkins had responded to her mother, Danita Gardner's residence to pick up Detorius. And relative to the plans that existed, the plans very simply were for Henry Dinkins to take his son and only his son. Aisha Langford will testify that while during her relationship, when she became pregnant with DL and Breasia was about 2 years of age, he was not a father figure to Breasia. Breasia had a different father. And so then when Henry Dinkins responded to Danita Gardner's residence somewhere around 11 o'clock that morning to pick up Detorius, the circumstances changed. Aisha will testify that Detorius is very close to his sister Breasia. And quite honestly, they are attached at the hip to one another. Detorius expressed an interest for his sister, Breasia, and I should say DL, expressed an interest for his sister, Breasia, to come along. Ms. Gardner took the position that that was an issue that would need to be discussed with the children's mother once she got home. Breasia was very much interested in being able to go with her brother because it was going to be a fun outing. And actually, the 13-year-old boy, CS, expressed an interest in being able to go along as well. Henry Dinkins indicated that Breasia was welcome to come along, but he indicated that the 13-year-old boy, CS, could not come along, and the reason that he offered up for that was there was not enough room in his car for the 3 children. The day that he picked Detorius up and Breasia came along, he was operating a black Camaro, and that black Camaro had seating both for front seat passengers and back seat passengers. At any rate, Mr. Dinkins left the Gardner residence with DL and with Breasia, and then through testimony or statements provided by Mr. Dinkins, and even information provided by DL, who was later interviewed through the Davenport Police Department, they both described going over to a residence that was a friend of Mr. Dinkins. This individual was identified as Vincent Howard, who lived on Taylor Street. They went over. There was time spent there at the Howard residence. Both of the children spent the afternoon playing video games. Mr. Dinkins left the residence for a period of time, came back, and then after they finished spending time there at the Howard residence, Mr. Dinkins took the 2 children over to 2744 on East 53rd Street to the apartment that he shared with Andrea Culberson. Now, at this point in time, I want to discuss the location of that apartment complex so that the court understands where it's located. On 53rd, we have Costco. The Jersey Meadow apartment complex is actually that apartment complex which is directly to the west of Costco. So it would be on the north side of the street. When Henry got back to the apartment complex, they all went inside. I think it's important to describe the layout of the apartment because that will be something that will become the topic of discussion later on. Apartment number 8 actually was a second-level apartment. Now, this particular complex is not the type of apartment complex where you have, you know, a common entryway and a common hallway that individuals would use to access apartments on a first floor or apartments on a second floor. In this particular apartment complex, each apartment has its own individual dedicated door for entry into the apartment. So that if you live in a second-story apartment, when you walk in that front door, you have a staircase inside the apartment that you take up to that second floor. Apartment number 8, if you enter that door, and on the right side of what would be that exterior wall would be the staircase. When you get to the top of the staircase, and then if you look over to the left, it's an open area that would consist of the living room, the kitchen, and dining room combination. There was only one bedroom in apartment number 8. And so the front door, if it's, you know, to the one wall of the apartment, when you go up the stairs, the door into that bedroom actually is just set off, just a little bit further to the left, and you go into that bedroom. In order to utilize the restroom in that apartment, that requires an individual to walk into that bedroom because the bathroom is only accessible through the bedroom. And that becomes another critical point that I'll talk about later in my opening statement. After Mr. Dinkins and the children got back to the apartment, it was a normal evening. Andrea Culberson, Mr. Dinkins' girlfriend, she works for AT&T, and she actually works out of her home. She was working till sometime around 7:30 that evening. While she was working, Briasia was very, very interested in the type of work that she was doing, and Ms. Culberson was showing her how she performed her responsibilities for AT&T. Detorius was playing video games in the living room. Andrea Culberson's desk where she works is set up in the bedroom. So Briasia was in the bedroom, and at some point in time, Briasia was playing video games as well, but within the bedroom. Now, one of the things that Andrea Culberson will speak to, and that DL may speak to, is the fact that Henry Dinkins was spending time in the bedroom with Briasia while she played video games. Andrea Culberson will testify that the three of them, herself, Mr. Dinkins, and Briasia were in the bedroom and they were playing games together. And that's essentially how the evening was playing out. Now, when Aisha Langford got off of work from Checkers late that afternoon, she had been notified by her mother that Henry Dinkins had taken Briasia. And so therefore, there would be the need to pack up clothes for the children. Aisha went back to the residence. She packed up a bag of clothing for Briasia, and she packed up clothing for Detorius, which would have included pajamas for both of the children. And I make that point for a reason, because that will become the subject of conversation as I proceed through my opening statement. Aisha responds to the apartment complex. This was not a complex that she was familiar with. She'd never been to the Culberson apartment before. At any rate, when she responded to the complex, she called to notify the parties that she was out in the parking lot, and Breasia came down to gather the clothing. Mom had the family pet with them, the dog. Breasia was really excited about it. In fact, Breasia wanted to take the dog with her up to the apartment. Mom had to call her back and say, no, the family pet's going home. But at any rate, it was one of those of give the clothes, love you, have a wonderful time. And then Aisha left with Breasia going back inside the apartment complex, or I should say apartment number 8, with the clothing. After Aisha left the Jersey Meadow apartment, she took a right-hand turn on 53rd, so she's traveling west. The weather that night is also an issue that becomes very important to talk about, because as she was traveling north and got to the area of North High, there was a significant thunderstorm that broke out. And it was raining so hard that her windshield wipers would not keep up, so she had to pull over into a driveway and wait until the rain subsided before she went back to her apartment. And I believe she was staying with Benita Gardner. The family was in transition, and then they were moving back. She got back to the apartment, was very tired, having worked all day, took a bath, and very simply, she fell asleep on the couch, and she was out for the evening. At some point, unbeknownst to her, the children, DL and Breasia, neither of which had cell phones that they could take with them to the Culberson apartment. She had received a telephone call from Henry Dinkins' phone that was unanswered. And then the caller became very apparent, because then there was a text message that came through from Breasia saying, "Good night, Mommy, I love you." All right. So that was somewhere around 10, 11 o'clock in the evening. As far as how the evening played out at the Culberson apartment, leading up to bedtime, each of the children took baths in the bedroom separately. They were fed some dinner, and then Detorius and Breasia were to sleep in the bedroom on the bed. Miss Culberson had a blow-up mattress that was out in the living room on the floor where she and Mr. Dinkins were to sleep. Breasia was the first one to go to bed, and from the living room you could actually look through the door of the bedroom and you could see the bed, because if you're standing at the doorway of the bedroom, very simply you look forward and the bed is straight ahead of you. And then the headboard of the bed actually is right underneath a big window. That window actually looks out into the parking lot of the apartment complex, and that will become very important for later discussions that I'm going to have in my opening statement. So Breasia goes to bed first. Andrea Culberson lays down to go to sleep. Detorius, she can hear Mr. Dinkins say to him that he has so much time to play the video game and that he's going down to bed. And then Detorius was in the bedroom asleep. When Miss Culberson went to sleep, the last that she knew of Mr. Dinkins and his whereabouts was that he was there in the living room on the couch. Miss Culberson is a very heavy sleeper, and she'll testify to that. At 3 a.m. in the morning, she woke up because she needed to use the bathroom. When she woke up, she discovered that Mr. Dinkins was not there in the living room. That seemed odd to her. She got up, went into the bedroom. She noticed DL sleeping at the foot of the bed, but where little Breasia had fallen asleep, On the right-hand side and toward the top of the bed, there were simply the covers that had been folded over, and there was no child there. There was a sense of alarm. She went to the bathroom to use the bathroom, but she decided to get her glasses and put her glasses on to make sure that Breasia wasn't there. And Breasia was not there. Mr. Dinkins wasn't there, and Breasia wasn't there. Ms. Culberson will testify that she had a very uneasy feeling about that. So then she stayed up in the living room, sitting in the dark. Now at 3:30 a.m. in the morning, and this is a time specific, because she had looked at a clock that was on her desk that said it was 3:30 in the morning, she heard Mr. Dinkins very quietly open the door and very quietly come up the stairs into the apartment. And she wanted to know where he was at and where Breasia was at. Mr. Dinkins wasn't really responding to questions other than just to say something very circumspect. He went into the bedroom, flipped on a light, and then went to his closet. Now, if we talk about the bedroom itself, when you're standing there in the doorway, on the left-hand side, that's where you would access the bathroom. And then, again, there is a closet on that side. That was Miss Culberson's closet, where she kept her personal belongings. On the right side of the bed, there was a closet where Mr. Dinkins kept his things. She will testify that Mr. Dinkins went to that closet. He was rummaging around through things. She's wanting to know where Breasia is at. He's rummaging through things. She happens to pull back the curtain to the window and looks out, and little Breasia is standing by a maroon Chevy Impala on the passenger side of the vehicle. Now, there are going to be three vehicles that the court's going to be hearing about. The maroon Chevy Impala, which was a vehicle that was used by Mr. Dinkins and Miss Culberson. And then the black Camaro. The maroon Chevy Impala had characteristics that become very important relative to investigations that was conducted by the Davenport Police Department. There were dark tinted windows on the Impala, and then on the trunk, on the right-hand side, there was a white sticker. On the front of the vehicle, in the area of the windshield, there was a front sticker. And so those characteristics were the characteristics used by law enforcement to identify that maroon Chevy Impala when steps were taken to identify locations that Henry Dinkins had traveled during the early morning hours of June 10th, and we're talking after midnight, and up to the period of noon when he presented himself to the Davenport Police Department. The black Camaro is also very distinctive in the sense that it has the face of a lion on both the driver's side of the vehicle and the passenger side of the vehicle, with king and queen noted in the area of where that lion's face is at. And then there's, that same type of design on the front hood of the Camaro. Those two vehicles remained parked and were available for use there at the address of 2744 East 53rd Street. Now, Mr. Dinkins also had a motorhome. This motorhome was located in an industrial area, actually in a fenced-in lot. And that lot belonged to a gentleman who owned Devon's DEVON'', self-storage. That mobile home, or RV if you will, just to give the court a perspective, I want the court to think about River Drive in the area where Credit Island is. And as you go along River Drive, heading west out of town, as you get past the Ball Diamond, you will get to an area that's very industrial. For purposes of perspective, if the court will picture where the Purina plant is located at, on Rockingham. Schmidt Road is a north-south street. It lies on the west side of the Purina plant. And just to help a little bit more, if you're traveling on 2nd Street, heading west, it turns into Rockingham. You will pass the Purina plant, and then if you were to take that first north-south road, actually turn south going down to River Drive, that's Schmidt Road. Now, if you head out onto River Drive off of Schmidt Road, the distance from Schmidt Road to the entryway of Credit Island is about 400 meters. You know, if you run track, you run a lap around the track, it's about 400 meters. So it's very, very close. So that is going to be another vehicle and a location that we're going to be discussing. We're going back to that point in time that I was talking about where Andrea Culberson looks out the window so that the court understands where the maroon Chevy Impala comes into play. Breasia Terrell is standing along the passenger side of that marine Chevy Impala. This raises another topic of discussion that will be discussed throughout the trial. After the children took their baths, they were not given their pajamas to wear. They were given large white t-shirts that belonged to Mr. Dinkins. And I don't remember, I think the large was like maybe, or the size was maybe like a 4XL. So rather than that child going into bed into what would have been her pajamas, she had on a little pair of black shorts. We would later determine that she had on, you know, one of those little sports bras that little girls wear, you know, as they're developing, and this large white t-shirt. Andrea Culberson looks out. She knows there's no doubt it's Breasia because she had very distinctive braids, and the child was standing there. She couldn't see the child's face because the child wasn't facing her. Going back to Mr. Dinkins, as he's digging around in that closet, he collects something from the closet. She's not able to see what it is that he collects because it's secreted in his clothes. And then he leaves the apartment. Now, another important variable that will be discussed is this. Mr. Dinkins' cell phone was located by Andrea in the apartment at 3 o'clock. Because when she noticed that he was gone, she noticed that Breasia was gone, she went to call him. The phone wasn't being answered. And then she discovered his cell phone, and it was plugged in and being charged up. When he left at 3:30, he did not take that cell phone. That becomes very important because cell phones are devices that can be utilized to gather location information for where that phone is at, and whoever is in possession of that phone, then that will identify the location of that individual. So that cell phone was still back there at the apartment. Mr. Dinkins leaves. Andrea is very unsettled. Detorius, at some point, is waking up and he's crying. I should say DL, I'm sorry. She brings the child into the living room to lay down. And then shortly after sunrise, with this being July, and sunrise is at about 5:30 in the morning, in terms of what law enforcement has been able to put together by way of a timeline, somewhere around 5:45 as an estimate, Mr. Dinkins returns to the apartment. He comes up. He's very, very frazzled. Ms. Culberson wants to know what's going on. He said, there's issues. I'll talk with you about it later. Where's Briasia? There's no Briasia. Mr. Dinkins then gathers up DL and goes to leave with a bag of the child's clothes. He goes to leave without his cell phone. Ms. Culberson tells him he needs to take his cell phone. At that point, he takes it, and then he leaves the apartment complex. Ms. Culberson then realizes that there's another bag of the children's clothing left behind, and she calls him to come back. He returns, and then she goes down to the maroon Chevy Impala. Briasia is not in the car. Detorius is in the car, Mr. Dinkinson is in the car, but Briasia is not in the car. So then she goes back up to the apartment. I'm going to describe this as an area that became critical to the investigation, because anywhere that Mr. Dinkins was located, law enforcement, in terms of their investigation to try and locate this child, did major canvassing. That canvassing consisted of knocking on all of the doors there at the apartment complex, checking apartments there, if residents weren't home, to come back and check, to search garages there, to search the dumpsters, there we go, and just to search an entire area behind the apartment complex, because that's still a dedicated field area where there's a huge tree line and there's a creek, and the canvas went all along that area toward more like 74. It extended out to Eastern, to the west, and then from 53rd it extended to the south quite a ways to see if there was any indication anybody had seen that child anywhere had she wandered off. Discussions were had with Aisha and Danita about whether or not Briasia was the type of child who would wander off. Briasia is a child who has a hearing issue. She is a child who has a sight issue. She is a child that never wanders off. And Aisha will testify that little Briasia was a rule follower. And if somebody broke the rules, she was somebody who would tell on her brothers. The apartment complex was not a complex that she was familiar with. She'd never been there. She didn't have friends who lived there, and so she would have no need to wander off. Plus, the child was described as a very, very heavy sleeper, much like her mother and the two boys. Nothing's happened, all right? So now, you know that that's what the landscape looks in that area. By virtue of canvassing, law enforcement was also looking for any locations where there was video surveillance. Video surveillance was located at the Quick Start on 53rd. So that will lie between Jersey and Eastern. It's on the north side of the street. Between 5:50 and going up to the 6 o'clock hour, that maroon Chevy Impala travels west past the Quick Start. That maroon Chevy Impala is then identified from video surveillance at a residence on Judson Court, which actually the video surveillance camera was focused out on Eastern. So the rear of that residence faced Eastern. So the maroon Chevy Impala is traveling north on Eastern between 5:50 and 6 o'clock. Then that maroon Chevy Impala is seen traveling south on Jersey Ridge, and then the connection between those two streets would be Veterans Memorial Parkway. That's how you would access it. So it's seen traveling south. It correlates with what Ms. Culberson says of Henry Dinkins returning to pick up that second bag of clothes. And then that vehicle then is seen from a residence over there in the area of Jersey Ridge, traveling back north. At this point, I'm going to focus on the narrative relative to Detorius, or DL. So, DL will testify that he and his father went somewhere out of town and they drove for a while. And then his father went to a Walmart store. DL noticed that his father had taken the battery out of the cell phone. And so when his father went into the Walmart, the child put the battery back into the phone so he could play a video game. That becomes a very critical moment in time, because when law enforcement became immersed in their investigation and was trying to ascertain the locations that Mr. Dinkins had traveled to, there was that ping in the area of Comanche, Clinton, and it was hitting on a cell phone tower that would be in the vicinity of the Walmart in Clinton. We're still telling the narrative relative to Detorius. When his father then comes out of Walmart, the child takes the battery out of the phone so he wouldn't get in trouble. They travel to different places. And then the child, once he was interviewed during the afternoon of June 10th, he was interviewed by Detective Hammis. Then the child left the Davenport Police Department with Detective Evan Obert, Detective Maureen Hammis, and Aisha Langford, his mother, who had been interviewed that afternoon. And then they started to travel to see if the child could identify locations. He had been with his father when they came back to Davenport. Now, to assist in that process, the following events occurred. Aisha Langford was not scheduled to work in the morning at Checkers. However, before 8 a.m., her boss called her and indicated that somebody wasn't able to come to work. Could she come on down and work the morning shift? And so she did. So she got down there around 8 o'clock, may have clocked in about 8:04. Aisha Langford had received some type of text, and the telephone records will tell us the sequence of events, from Henry Dinkins' cell phone. She will testify that she tried getting a hold of him. It wasn't happening, so she very simply sent a text, "Call me, I'm not going to, keep trying to make contact." At 8:08 a.m., there is now location information available for that phone. And that phone is hitting on cell phone towers down in the area of River Drive. So, if you go out Brady toward Clinton, you're traveling north on Highway 61. When you take the exit to go into Clinton, that's Highway 30. If you come back to Davenport, you're traveling south on 61. And then, of course, you have the ability to catch I-80 heading west. That will allow you to access Highway 280 that runs along the western border of Davenport, driving toward Rock Island. And then you can access River Drive from that area. During this time frame, there was construction there on River Drive. So then the cell phone, in terms of where it was hitting in the area of Concord and up to Rockingham. So Concord essentially would be, it winds a bit, but, technically we'll call it on the north-south street. And then it would access Rockingham, which would be our east-west street. Henry Dinkins, cell phone powers up. He makes the telephone call to Aisha. He tells her he has just woken up and Briasia's gone from the apartment. Aisha becomes very upset. This makes no sense. She wants to know if he has reported this to the police department, and he said that he was heading there at that time. Aisha Langford believed he was heading to the police department, and then by virtue of that cell phone activity, that then formed the basis for canvassing that was done down in that area to search for Briasia and also to look for locations where there was video surveillance that would tell the story. So I'm going to take that, I'm going to set that aside, and I'll come back to that. Aisha is hysterical. She's at work, she's crying. She will testify that her employer told her, go ahead and leave work. And then so she left Checkers to head down to the Davenport Police Department. When she pulled onto Locust Street, she headed west to go downtown. As she's heading west on Locust Street, she sees Henry Dinkins in that maroon Chevy Impala driving at an extremely high rate of speed heading east. And she can see that Detorius is in the car. She does a U-turn. She's coming up behind him as close as she can get. She's honking on that horn to get his attention, to get him to pull over. Henry Dinkins then turns left or heads north on Eastern. And she will testify that she was right up on that bumper. Henry Dinkins then pulls in to the McDonald's. And for purposes of perspective, think of the high V there on East Kimberly Road. And that sits at the back of the lot. McDonald's is there toward the front of Kimberly Road. They pull in there. She wants to know what the heck is going on. She tells Detorius, come on, you're not going to lose this child. You've already lost one of my children. And she grabs his things and wants to know what Henry is doing in this area because he's supposed to be reporting her child missing. Mr. Dinkins tells her that he doesn't know the address for the apartment where he lives, and so he has to travel out to Jersey Meadow Apartments to get that address so that then he has that to report to police. She follows him to that apartment complex. So I'm going to change direction relative to the events. When Aisha Langford was at work, she called the Davenport Police Department. Well, actually, she called 911 first. She spoke with the dispatcher who directed her to the general number at the Davenport Police Department. So she calls that general number and she speaks with communication specialist Mona Borelli. She's telling Mona what's going on. She said Mr. Dinkins should be there right now. Mona Borelli indicates that he is not there. She said his car has got to be out there. It's got to be either, a maroon Chevy Impala or this black Camaro. Miss Borelli indicates it's not out there. And that's what had prompted her to leave work and head down to the police department. That call comes in at 8:29. Communication specialist Borelli will testify that this isn't the typical call that they get where mom and dad can't find the child and the police go out, they're hiding in a closet or in the bed or somewhere. This one didn't feel right, and she was very concerned because she felt that there was going to be a very bad outcome. She spoke with Sergeant Mayhew, who was the station supervisor. Officer Burkle was dispatched out to the Jersey Meadow Apartments. Henry is there at the apartment complex. Aisha is there at the apartment complex. And the state will introduce segments of Officer Burkle's body-worn camera. His initial contact is with Aisha, and he's trying to collect just, biographical information, age, physical descriptors, date of birth, that type of thing. And she is reporting to him what has happened. Then in the background, you see Henry Dinkins wander up, and Officer Burkle says, hey, look, do you mind if I go into the apartment to check? Because oftentimes, the child is hiding somewhere where the parent, doesn't realize where they're at. I just had this situation last week with my own child, and we typically find the child. Mr. Dinkins wants to say he already searched the apartment and the child isn't there. Officer Burkle says, I'd still like to check. So then Mr. Dinkins indicates it's not his apartment, and that essentially Officer Burkle is going to have to get the permission of Andrea Culberson. Aisha becomes very upset because she is not buying into what Henry Dinkins is saying, and she takes Notorious and she leaves. She goes back to her house and she's looking for some type of card that had Reasia's picture on it that had been taken at school. So while she's doing that, Officer Burkle knocks on apartment number 8. Andrea Culberson comes down. He indicates that, he'd like to come in and check, that oftentimes children are hiding in places. Andrea Culberson looks out. She sees Henry Dinkins standing a little bit down the sidewalk. She says, is it okay with him? And then Henry Dinkins leaves. Andrea Culberson allows Officer Burkle to go in there and look for Reasia. She's not there. Officer Culberson, Officer Burkle starts to check the area, and there's nothing that's indicating Reasia's anywhere in the area. He calls his supervisor, Sergeant Willie. We have other patrol officers who come out. They start checking the area. This situation is not feeling right, and so then the Detective Bureau is contacted, and then we have massive resources that are coming out, and there is a huge canvass that's conducted along that area with nothing showing up for Reasia. Now, let's go back down to River Drive. With the cell phone hitting off the tower when that conversation occurred between Aisha and Henry at 8:08, there was video surveillance showing his maroon Chevy Impala traveling past the high V. There was video surveillance from Purina. There was what I'm going to call captured feed. Devon's self-storage is a motion-activated video system. There was the vehicle captured by virtue of movement being triggered, and then in that same area there is Jack's brake and alignment. There was video feed that showed Mr. Dinkins' vehicle traveling on Schmidt Road toward the area of River Drive. And then, based on information provided by Notorious, when Detective Hamlis, Detective Obert, and Aisha left the station, Notorious had been talking about going to the RV with his father, where his dad had this knife that he'd gone down to the river, and he walked down into the river, and he'd been wiping off of the cloth, and they went back to the RV. There was an image of Mr. Dinkins with Notorious standing there at the door of the RV. And so there was video feed that captured all of that movement that the child had identified. All right? So now, Credit Island is going to be the subject of investigation, as will be the RV. So I'm just going to stop right there, and now I'm going to jump over to the Clinton area and discuss that. By virtue of the child DL putting the battery into the phone, and with that ping, there was a canvass done along Highway 30. And actually there was a canvass done along Highway 61. The maroon Chevy Impala is captured on DOT video surveillance cameras at mile marker 124 heading north toward Clinton around 6:11 in the morning. Then on Highway 30, as you travel east into Clinton, That vehicle is captured on video feed at what would be Posh Farms, P-A-A-S-C-H. That vehicle then is captured at First State Central Bank, which is adjacent to the Walmart on the west side of the business. And then video surveillance from Walmart captures Mr. Dinkins pulling into the parking lot. He goes up to the store, it's not 7 o'clock a.m., it's locked. He comes back to the vehicle, but then he goes back, he enters at, say, at 7 a.m., and then video surveillance footage inside the store shows him buying 2 bottles of Clorox, not the gallon-sized bottles, but more of the narrow bottles. The court's going to be hearing testimony from various forensic analysts and individuals from the DCI laboratory, our criminalists. And one of the things that the court will hear about is that Clorox is a product that will destroy DNA. Those 2 bottles of Clorox are being purchased, and then by virtue of that canvas, we have a time frame from First State Central Bank where Mr. Dinkins is leaving, a time frame for when he passes Posh Farms, and then actually in the area of Highway 61 and 30, there's a DeWitt Travel Center, there's a time frame captured there. Law enforcement will testify that they did a time calculation traveling from mile marker 124 to the Walmart, going the speed limit. They're going to tell you what that time frame would be. The trip out was longer than that, but the trip back had even 5 more minutes that was added to that. Let's take that, let's set that aside. Now we're going to talk about the discovery of Reneasia's remains. 6 months later, on March 22nd of 2021, 3 gentlemen, friends, decided to go fishing on the evening of March 22nd. There's a pond located just further north of the Highway 30 exit into Clinton. So if you travel 5 miles further north, you exit onto what would be 212th Street. This is a rural area. Kunow Implement is a farm implement business that sits right there on 212th Street. And 212th then turns into 210th. So the business actually faces, the front of the business faces north, basically on 212, 210. It's on a pie-shaped piece of property. So on the west side of that property, which would run along Highway 61, and what we would think of as the old Highway 61, is 218. On the east side of the property, and that would be that north-south road, that's 270th Avenue. So you've got 212th, 218th, and 217th, and basically it feeds down where 218th and 270th meet. To the south of Kunow Implement, there is a heavily wooded area. And within the backside of that property, there is a pond. You can access that pond from 270th. There is basically just a dirt road that's got a very steep incline because Kunow Implement sets up much higher. The pond is further down. That roadway, you will hear testimony, is very steep, and for a car to pull down in there would be very difficult, probably get stuck. When the 3 gentlemen went to go fishing, they were walking down that steep incline, having parked their pickup trucks up on the road. And because we're talking about March 22nd, there's no vegetation. One of the gentlemen looks over to what would be his right as he's walking down, looks to the north essentially, and he sees a human skull. He points it out to his two friends. They go over and check, and sure enough, it is a human skull, and there are skeletal remains. One of the things that the gentleman noticed is that there is black hair consistent with a black individual. Because Breasia Terrell and her having been missing was so highly publicized, the gentleman will testify that at some point they made the connection. Is this Breasia Terrell's remains? The Clinton County Sheriff's Department was contacted. They come out. The scene is cordoned off, and then essentially the notifications go to the Davenport Police Department. Throughout the entirety of this investigation, you had Davenport Police involved, you had the FBI involved, you had the Iowa DCI involved, we had multiple agencies from like Clinton Police Department, Clinton County Sheriff's Department, and just citizens in the community who would come out and donate time, just helping to do canvases in areas. And then so that area then was processed the next morning with a Dr. Heather Garvin. She's an anthropologist associated with the State Medical Examiner's Office. And because we were dealing with skeletal remains, she was brought in. There was the local medical examiner. Those remains were recovered, sent to the State Medical Examiner's Office. One of the things that the court will hear testimony about is that one of the little legs still had mummified tissue on it. And so then there was the process of trying to develop DNA through that mummified tissue. However, they ended up using bone marrow. They could identify that body as being a female child of Aisha Langford because there was no DNA for Breasia, but because a child takes half of their mother's DNA, half of their father's DNA, they could say this was a female child of Breasia. And then Breasia, because of her dental visits, they were then able to get her dental records, and then with the collection of teeth, put that all together, and there was that definitive identification that was made of Breasia. So the court's going to be hearing about that and everything associated with that recovery. And then on April 3rd, during the recovery of the body, this is what was discovered, and during the examination of little Breasia's body by the anthropologist in the State Medical Examiner's Office. She had been shot through the jaw. The bullet had traveled to the area of her C3 and C4. She had been shot in her back scapula. 2 projectiles were recovered in the dirt with the remains. And then within her hair, there was a projectile that was found within her hair. And then the clothing that was recovered at the scene was little black shorts, her little sports bra, and the large white t-shirt. And in addition, Aisha Langford will tell you that she was asked by law enforcement to try and give them any information about clothing the child had been wearing. So she had to go back and try and reconstruct what she had been wearing. She thought that there was a possibility that it was a pink flip-flop, but then there was a little white slide that had turquoise on it, and that was found there, which was identified as belonging to Breasia. All right. Then on April 3rd, the Big River Rescue and Recovery Team came out to the scene, and then the dive team went into the pond looking for a gun, and there was actually a revolver that was found. So with the revolver, obviously there's not going to be any casings because there was an attempt to try and find casings in the area. There wasn't any. With the finding of the revolver, and the projectiles obviously leaving the gun, the empty casings were there. There was still some light ammunition there. There was attempts to try and identify who had purchased that gun. Unfortunately, the records associated with that were in Cedar Rapids, and when there was that big flood, in the area of the courthouse and all of that, all of the records were destroyed. Those projectiles were then sent to the DCI laboratory to do comparisons with the gun itself. One of the projectiles was pretty mangled up, and because these had been out in the who evaluated that, looked at the characteristics of the revolver, and what characteristics would be transferred to a bullet by virtue of the manufacturing process and how the barrel itself will have unique markings. He could say that what characteristics that were there were similar to this gun, and then the criminals put together a list of every type of gun that would produce those types of similar characteristics. The gun recovered was on that list. There was DNA processing done of her little clothing. One of the issues that law enforcement was dealing with the little body and clothing being out there subject to the elements, the sun, the wind, the rain, the snow, obviously over time, that will destroy DNA. And so that process was attempted as well. And then from the FBI, here's what you're going to hear from the FBI. There were search warrants, a massive amount of search warrants issued. And in instances like with the Chevy Impala or different vehicles, multiple search warrants issued. The vehicles were photographed and they were searched. Of note, in the Chevy Impala, there was an axe, there was a baseball bat, but then there was an empty sleeve for like a knife or a machete, but no machete there. When they were recovering the remains of Breasia Terrell, there was a bunch of tree branches and stuff on top of the skeletal remains. Some of those branches, there were natural breaks, with the wind, and there would be the splintering of the branch if it comes off of a tree. Other branches had a clean slice through it. So that was of interest to law enforcement. Notorious had described when he and his father went down to Credit Island, his father had walked off into an area toward like what would be the pond, and his father had a knife that he was wiping off. Law enforcement went down to that area, and there were foot impressions in the dirt where you could see what would have been the pattern on the sole of the shoes worn. That was photographed and that was collected, and then as those footprints moved forward to the body of water, then basically it became just, depressions in the ground where it was more muddy. And so those photographs and those casts were taken because one of the things that Aisha Langford talked about is when she had contact with Henry Dinkins at the apartment, she noticed that he was wearing a pair of gold shoes that had mud on them. He had a do-rag on, and it was just kind of askew. And he had on a white T-shirt, and it was a little dirty. Not something that was markedly dirty, but she noticed that it was dirty. Henry Dinkins came down to the Davenport Police Department at noon and was interviewed by Detective Owen. When he came down, he had on a white T-shirt and the shorts that he was wearing at the apartment complex. But those gold shoes, he was not wearing those. He had on a different pair of tennis shoes. And then the other thing that the state will throw into the equation that the court will hear about, during Henry Dinkins' interview, he was asked about why he was leaving the apartment in the middle of the night in his travels. He had talked about going to the quick shop over on 53rd, that would be near the old Menards, where the old Menards was at, to buy cigarettes. That video surveillance feed was collected. He was wearing those gold shoes, but then he had on something distinctly different. What I'm going to call the wife beater white T-shirt versus one that has sleeves, and then a different pair of shorts, that had different pattern. Search warrants were obtained for 2744 East 53rd, and the defendant's sister's house, Nina McQuay, and then another individual by the name of Genesis Johnson, and that was based on communications that Henry Dinkins had with those individuals that morning of July 10th, looking for the tennis shoes, looking for what the clothes that he'd been wearing in the quick shop, and those were never ever recovered or found. And so therefore, there could be no comparison between the images that were collected and the dental casts that were taken out on Credit Island. There was a gentleman by the name of Jim Peters then who came in from the Ames area to assist. He works with canines, and these canines are trained to detect on the odor of a deceased body. VOC, and he'll define that, volatile organic compounds. And basically, it deals with molecules. He went down to Credit Island and ran his 2 canines in that area. The 2 canines went to an area and alerted where Henry Dinkins was described by his son D.L. as having gone. He'll talk about how a body doesn't necessarily have to be there, but say, for example, if there's tissue or blood or something like that, those are molecules that go out and they float in the air. Then he was taken to the area of Devon Self-Storage, where the RV had originally been parked, but it now had been seized, as had the Impala and the Camaro, and those were in storage facilities that law enforcement had. The dogs actually alerted to a little camper that was parked in the area of the RV, and there had been a southwest wind, so with molecules, they were alerted to some moist dirt underneath that camper. And he will describe how molecules will attach to anything that's moist. Then they went out to the area where the Camaro was at. The dogs did not alert there. They went to the area of the RV. The dogs alerted on the RV toward the front. And then they went to the area where the Impala was at, and the dogs alerted on the Impala. And then they went out to the area along Veterans Memorial Drive in the area of Easter, and he'll describe how a vehicle, with the seams, odors will seep out of that and they can float, and the dogs alerted to the scent of Henry Dinkins, because when he went out there, he had been given, or law enforcement had collected a clothing item of Henry Dinkins, and there had been swabs taken to collect his scent, his odor, that had been shown to the dogs, and the dogs actually went out and alerted in an area that the vehicle was known to travel past. So the court will be hearing about that as well. The other matter that I would share in my opening, in addition to the canvass up at 2744 East 53rd, the major canvass that was done out on East River Drive, you'll hear about some other canvasses that happened when the public would call in and they would think that they would have information. It didn't prove to be fruitful. When it had been determined that Henry Dinkins had been traveling along Highway 30, there was a major canvass that was done in that area. And soil samples were collected from that area. Soil samples were also collected from Credit Island, and here's why. With the Impala, when it was being searched and examined, and actually the gas tank was removed because they wanted to determine how much gas was in the gas tank. Henry Dinkins had fueled up at that quick shop, so they wanted to see how much gas was left. There were chunks of mud and grass up underneath the car. And then when Baraja's little remains were found over there in the area of Kunal Implement, there were soil samples collected along that area. All of that was sent off to the FBI. 3 soil samples in the area of 270th Avenue were found inclusive of 3 of the 4 soil samples that were taken out from underneath Henry Dinkins' car. And then the final topic of conversation is a gentleman by the name of Jared Brink. With the discovery of her remains, the news story started to go out. Jared Brink had gone over that evening to his friend Joseph Adams' house. Joseph Adams indicated that they had found remains over there in the area of Kunal Implement. And Jared had mentioned to his friend, do you remember how I told you last year sometime that there had been a black gentleman that had run out onto Highway 61 when I was going into work and had needed me to pull him out because he had gotten stuck? For purposes of perspective, Jared Brink lives in a rural area just further north of 212th Street. He works at Linwood Mining in Buffalo. So he travels into Davenport and travels that area of the highway at 4:30 a.m. in the morning. That's when he had an encounter with a black gentleman. He was directed over to the area of 270th. There was a maroon Chevy Impala that the right side of the vehicle, the wheels were stuck off onto the shoulder, and that gentleman couldn't get the vehicle out. He was up there at the car. There was no one in the car. He pulled the vehicle out. The gentleman wanted to pay him money and was very, very thankful he wouldn't take the money. But then, of course, when Mr. Adams tells him about this, Mr. Adams' wife has a picture of the maroon Chevy Impala due to press releases that the Davenport Police Department had been putting out. She showed him a copy of that photograph. Jared Briggs says that that's the vehicle I pulled out. He then contacted law enforcement. He had contact with the Deputy Cundiff with the Clinton County Sheriff's Department, Lieutenant Cundiff reached out to the Davenport Police Department, and then Mr. Brink was interviewed. Mr. Brink could provide physical descriptors that were consistent with Henry Dinkins. He was not able to, he said he would not be able to pick him out of a photo lineup. He wasn't sure of the time frame, but then he provided his cell phone, and that cell phone then was processed for location information, and that cell phone placed Mr. Brink in that area on July 10th at the time frame of 4:30. So that essentially is what the court is going to be hearing. What the state's going to do, Your Honor, we're going to try and, in an ideal world, I would put on a linear chronology of what happened, but we're dealing with a lot of people that we have to fly in and out. And so things are going to get jumbled around. But just for purposes of perspective, this afternoon we will have Borelli, who will be testifying. That was our communication specialist. Our civilian crime scene technician, Jill Foster, she's going to come in. She did the processing out there on Credit Island. And then we have another civilian crime scene, Alicia Fritz, who will be coming in. She's going to be talking about photographs that she took of the brush when Riaja's remains were recovered, but she's getting ready to have a baby, and she'll be induced on Monday. And then we're going to have Officer Chris Mayer get on the stand. He actually was out in the area of Riaja's remains, and he helped to take measurements of where, like, we would find the skull and where we would locate various skeletal remains and clothing. So it's going to be all over the place there, Your Honor. We'll do our best, but there will be points in time where we have to put people on, and it's not a nice linear chronology. And that's all from the state.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Freese, is the defense going to present an opening statement?
Your Honor, the defense is going to reserve its right to make an opening statement to the close of the governor's evidence.
All right. Thank you very much. That'll conclude the proceedings this morning. Ms. Cunningham.
Your Honor, one of the things that I had asked, because of we've got time concerns that we have to get witnesses on this afternoon. They're flying in and they're flying out. What I would like to do is, if we could take advantage of the next hour, put Sergeant Piper on the stand to testify, because then we can get maps introduced of the area so that we have that perspective as we move through individuals' testimony.
I am fine. I'm good with that, but we will take a 15-minute recess at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please remain seated. Court is now in session.
Ms. Cunningham, before you start, I need to take care of some electronic issues with my court reporter.
Okay.
One moment. Just a moment. Somebody there. Well, what I have to do is I hit. Jeez. Ms. Cunningham, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Jeffrey Piper to the stand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat there, and you'll need to reposition the microphone. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Jeffrey, Geoffrey, Pfeiffer, Peifffer.
What is your occupation?
I'm a police officer with the city of Davenport in Scott County, Iowa.
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
22 and a half years.
If you could, describe the different capacities that you served the department over your career.
Over the last couple of decades, I have worked in the patrol field, responding to calls for service and things of that nature that anyone would do in the beginning of their career. I transitioned into a couple different versions of community policing operations. I have risen through the ranks up to sergeant, and I've served in different capacities throughout the agency as a supervisor. In 2017, I was transferred to the Criminal Investigations Division as a supervisor of detectives.
Okay. What division within the Detective Bureau were you assigned to supervise?
In 2017 to 2022, I was the supervisor of the Special Victims Unit.
Okay. Were you working in that capacity in July of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Now, Sergeant Pfeiffer, I mean, obviously you know why we are here, to talk about Breasia Terrell and the report that had come up about her missing. What date was the child initially reported as missing?
July 10th of 2020.
Were you significantly involved in that investigation?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Before we talk about the investigation itself, let's just talk about what would be a typical experience for officers of the Davenport Police Department. Is it unusual for the police department to get calls from parents or caretakers that they can't find a child?
No, it is not.
Okay, and just give us a perspective of what that looks like for law enforcement who responds to those types of calls.
A majority of the calls that we receive for missing persons, they have a variety of details in different situations. They could be ranging anywhere from a small child who may fall asleep in a closet or make a tent or a fort or something like that within the residence and fall asleep. Children have some, natural inquisitive senses of adventure. Sometimes children wander off into tree houses in their own yard or adjacent yards, play with friends, wander off, and don't check in with their caregivers. Up to teenagers. Sometimes teenagers wander off or they hang out with friends, maybe where they're not invited to or welcomed by other parental figures. And we sometimes are able to find them fairly quickly when you find out who the friend circle is. But again, that's with slightly older people that have the benefit of language and communication. And then the last normal part of missing persons encompass some of the elderly or individuals with dementia and things of that nature.
And when those types of calls come in, as a general rule, does the Davenport Police Department, are they successful in being able to find the children or the teenagers or maybe even an elderly person that, has some type of mental infirmities?
Yes, we are.
All right. Now, with respect to Breasia Terrell, when she was reported missing on July 10th of 2020, was there something distinctly different about this particular report as the day developed?
Yes, there was.
And explain.
I was contacted in the mid-morning hours of July 10th in 2020 by Sergeant Willie, who was the patrol street supervisor. He had been requested to respond to that location where Breasia Terrell was being reported as missing. When he contacted me, he informed me that this didn't seem like a typical missing kid that wandered off or anything that we would be able to resolve anytime soon without additional resources, and he was seeking assistance from investigative assets to help with that call.
Okay. Who was the initial officer that was responded to a complaint of Breasia missing?
That was Patrol Officer Burkle.
All right. And what location had Officer Burkle responded to?
He responded to 2744 East 53rd Street, Apartment 8.
Okay. Who resided there at 2744 East 53rd Street, Apartment 8?
Andrea Culberson.
And then was Andrea Culberson involved in a relationship with anyone at that time?
She was the significant other to Henry Dinkins.
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
He is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Gentleman, black button-up shirts in between his two lawyers.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Dinkins.
The record shall so reflect.
All right. With Officer Burkle being the first patrol officer out there, was he the individual that had reached out to his supervisory staff?
Yes.
All right. And then the next connect was between Sergeant Willie and yourself?
Yes.
All right. With you receiving that request by Sergeant Willie, describe then what resources were pulled together and the approach that was taken by the department.
I initially gathered up a few of the detectives that were in the office with me at that particular moment and had them respond to the apartment location with me to begin an initial assessment of any other needs and assets that we would need up there. On that arrival, I was briefed by Officer Burkle and Sergeant Willie as to some of the additional details, which at that time I learned this young girl had originally gone missing from this apartment in the overnight hours. At this point in time, we've had several hours go by, and there had been little to no canvassing done in that particular apartment complex, and there's well over 100 plus units on that particular property. and it was time to organize some canvassing and some door knocking activities. This apartment complex had units that were not occupied and garages and things of that nature that were unsecured. So we devised an organized plan to at least start combing that property and start seeking out some canvassing for the surrounding areas with video and things of that nature.
What is the name of the apartment complex?
Jersey Meadows.
Where is the Jersey Meadow apartment complex located here in town? And if you could, associate it with businesses or properties that we would be familiar with.
Sure. That particular area is on 53rd Street, which is in the far northeast section of the city of Davenport. And if you are familiar with the area there, we have a large Costco store, and it is immediately on the west side of the fence line to Costco's. It's across the street from Portillo's hot dog place, and most notably Elmore Avenue is a main thoroughfare for commercial shopping and things of that nature, and it's just a few blocks to the west of that intersection.
What directions does 53rd run?
53rd runs east and west through the city of Davenport.
How many dedicated lanes of traffic are there for east and west traffic on 53rd Street?
Under normal conditions, there's 2 east and 2 west and a turn lane.
All right. And then let's talk about the streets surrounding 53rd Street that would be main thoroughfares running north and south. So, Jersey Meadows apartment, which side of the street is it located on?
It's on the north side.
All right. And then if we were to travel west on 53rd, what would be the major thoroughfare that you would run into that would run north and south?
Your next north-south street would be Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. And then from there, if you were to continue traveling west through the intersection of 53rd and Jersey Ridge, what would be your next major street?
It would be Eastern Avenue.
Okay. Now let's talk, and then from Eastern Avenue, if you were to continue traveling west, what would then be the next major thoroughfare?
The next major thoroughfare north and south west of Eastern Avenue would take you to Brady Street, Welcome Way, which are north-south street names for Highway 61 as it travels through the city of Davenport.
Okay. Now let's talk about what major north-south streets there are if you move from the apartment complex going east. So if you come out of that apartment complex and you're driving east, you pass Costco, what's going to be your next major north-south street?
Elmore Avenue would be the next main street.
Okay. Where the apartment complex is located, how would you characterize the neighborhood as a whole?
It's very commercialized in that particular area. That apartment complex was one of the original footprints in that area as it was being developed. Further to the north of that apartment complex, there has begun some residential projects up there for normal residential housing.
Okay. And when you talk about the original footprint, that whole area of Davenport, what was it before they built the apartment complex?
It was farm fields.
Okay. Is there still farm fields located behind the apartment complex?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And would that be to the north of the apartment complex?
Yes.
All right. Sergeant Pfeiffer, just a topic that I want to talk about. It's just, stepping outside our discussion. Is there any Walmart located in this immediate vicinity?
Yes, there is.
Where is the Walmart located relative to the Jersey Meadow apartments?
So if you were to come out onto 53rd Street and go east like you had just described, that very next main thoroughfare is Elmore Avenue. And if you were to make a left northbound turn onto Elmore Avenue, you would be within just a few blocks of the nearest Walmart.
So if an individual was interested in purchasing Clorox, are there a number of businesses even beyond the Walmart where you could easily purchase Clorox if you lived there at the apartment complex?
Yes, there are. There are grocery stores and things of that nature.
All right. All right. Now, let's talk about the layout of the Jersey Meadow apartment complex. How's it structured?
When you originally pull into the apartment complex from 53rd Street, the road, there's two lanes. There's basically an inbound and an outbound to keep traffic running smooth within the complex. On your right-hand side is typically the inbound, and it goes to the north. There are multiple buildings on the right-hand side as you go in, which would be the east. In the center, there are garages every so many feet with a couple of cross-throughs. With respects to where the buildings are on each side of these lanes, some of the buildings are situated in an east-west fashion, and then there are buildings that are along the outer perimeters, and they're built longwise in a north-south fashion. So you have buildings basically going this way on the outer perimeter, and then there's some that are perpendicular towards the center of the road.
The garages that you've described, do they essentially run in the center between that entry drive and that drive that you would take to exit the apartment complex?
Yes, they separate, for the most part, the in and outbound lanes.
Okay. Now, the apartments themselves, how many levels are there to any given structure where there's an apartment?
The structures are all identical in appearance of construction, and it is a two-story style, just a main floor, and then there's an upper floor.
Okay. If you lived in an upper-level apartment, do you have to use a dedicated entryway and a common hallway to access your apartment, or is this complex different?
There are no common areas in this apartment complex. If you are on a second floor, the best way I can describe it is when you're looking at the buildings, you may not necessarily know if you're going into an upper or lower unit because the doors all appear the same. As soon as you open the door to an upper level unit, you're immediately faced with a stairwell. So the stairwells are encompassed within the actual dwelling.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, are you familiar with the layout of apartment number 8?
Yes.
All right. What I'd like to do, let's just draw a simple diagram so that we've got a perspective of that, and we'll just set that at the outset so that everybody understands the layout. Your Honor, may I approach and put up the whiteboard?
You may.
It's not my skill set.
That's okay. Basic diagrams are easy to understand. Now, Sergeant Pfeiffer, what I'd like for you to do is to just draw a basic layout of the apartment itself. And as you draw this diagram, place Costco in the diagram and the relationship of the building where apartment number 8 is and how that entry door would be situated relative to the Costco parking lot.
This 2744. There is a parking lot in front, which would be to the west. This being 2744, apartment 8 is over here, so that the east window on the second floor of this building would be roughly here, overlooking this parking lot. The main entry door, number 8, is over here. And when you open this door, there are steps that come up into the apartment. And within this apartment up here west side. There's a closet on each side, the bed pretty much in the middle, and the only bathroom to the unit is also contained within that bedroom area.
Okay.
Apologize, Judge, you can see that side. So this stairwell, the bedrooms and the bed is situated mostly in the middle of this room. There's a closet on each side, and then you have the bathroom is contained within that bedroom. In this common area, you have your living rooms associated with this area. At the top of the stairs, there's the kitchen sink and cabinets, and then a small little dinette area. It's a very small unit.
All right, now go ahead and give us the rest of our directions. So we've got north to the top on our diagram. South is where on our diagram?
South you have down here.
Okay.
And then you have west. We have east over here. And this is where your Costco, you have a fence that runs very close to this property line near these buildings.
And that would be on the east side of the apartment
Yeah,
complex?
east side of this entire complex, yeah. But notably where we have number 8, there's a fence, there's some little bit of tree line there, and then Costco is right here on this far east side.
Okay, for purposes of our written record, if you're looking at the diagram, is west to your left or to your right?
West is to the left.
And then east, is it to your right then?
Yep.
All right. All right, now I want to go back. You'd indicated that when you go into the bedroom, there is a window. You described it as an east window. Is it actually an east-facing window or a west?
It faces the west.
It faces the west. Gotcha. All right. And then if you look out that window, what room would you be standing in?
You'd be in the bedroom.
Okay. And so then in looking out that window, are you going to be able to see cars that are parked out there in the parking lot?
Yes, you have a line of sight into this parking area.
Okay. And is it a clear line of sight?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and take your seat. All right. Now, when you had responded out there, did you have any information about Breasia, as far as information relative to the development of the child, whether or not she had any handicaps, whether or not she had a history of wandering off?
So some of my initial inquiries on my arrival were any sort of disabilities, habits or routines of running away. And what the summary provided to me included that she was half deaf and half blind. To what degrees of that, I'm not sure, and it wasn't able to be articulated to me in any different terms than just that. With respects to running off, I was told by Aisha Langford, the mother of Breasia, that she does not run off. She would not leave an area unfamiliar. It wasn't something that she did even when she was at home in familiar territory. It was not something that she had ever done.
And had you made inquiries about whether or not this was an area that the child had been to or was familiar with?
Yes.
And what information did you have about that?
That she had never spent any time there. They didn't have family there. There was no relation.
Okay, let's identify the involved parties then. Breasia Terrell. Who is Breasia Terrell's mother?
Aisha Langford.
Okay. What relationship does Aisha Langford have to Henry Dinkins?
They have children in common.
How many children?
One boy.
Okay. And then what are the initials of that child?
DL.
Okay. How many children altogether does Aisha Langford have?
She had 3 at that time.
Okay. What are the initials for the oldest child, and is that child a girl or a boy?
CS, and he's a boy.
How old was CS at the time?
I believe 11 or 12.
Okay, all right, and then we'll figure that one out. And then how old was Breasia at the time?
10.
And then how old was her youngest brother?
8.
Okay, and what were the initials of her youngest brother?
DL.
Okay. Is that the child that you'd indicated Henry Dinkins was the father of?
Yes.
All right. So to be clear, is Henry Dinkins the biological father of Breasia or the older child, CS?
No.
Okay. What happened at the apartment complex? With the Detective Bureau responding out there, we've got patrol out there. Describe the developments.
Once an organized canvass was established, I had reached out to the upper command staff of the police department to express the needs for additional resources to expedite some of the organized canvass efforts. This coming now into the end of the afternoon and approaching the weekend, it was important to me to make sure we had resources secured, and the upper command of the police department began reaching out to surrounding agencies and looking for support because this incident was clearly not like anything else that we had encountered, and it appeared very significant based off the age and the lack of details surrounding any of it.
Okay. As the day progressed, you know, given your experience as an officer and a detective, how were you feeling?
Objection, how are you feeling is vague and ambiguous.
Okay. Did you have
Sustained.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Did you have concerns about there being a successful outcome to this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. At the apartment complex then, was contact initiated with residents living at the various apartments?
Yes.
If residents weren't home, was there any follow-up?
Yes.
Did any residents have any information to provide that would assist in the investigation?
No.
Beyond just making contact with the residents of the various apartments, did you do any massive searches of buildings there at the complex?
Yes. We obtained access to any apartments that were currently not leased. The management allowed a search of those units, as well as the garage units that were able to be opened, and then we reached out to the tenants to open up garages that we couldn't access.
Was Breasia located anywhere within the complex?
No.
Were there dumpsters out there at the complex?
Yes.
And were dumpsters checked?
Yes.
And why would you check dumpsters?
Children can play in dumpsters, and after 2 decades of being in this line of work, sometimes bad things happen to children. They end up in dumpsters.
Okay. When you were going through, or law enforcement was going through dumpsters, was there anything that you noted in the dumpsters that even prompted a further line of inquiry?
No.
Okay. All right. And then outside the apartment complex, was there a major canvass done of that area?
Yes.
All right. Sergeant Pfeiffer, have you created a diagram of areas that's going to be the topic of discussion throughout the course of the trial?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 38. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 38?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 38?
It is a map covering Scott County and Clinton County.
You mentioned Clinton County. Did the investigation proceed outside of Scott County at some point in time?
Yes, it did.
And then relative to Clinton County, does this map include areas in Clinton County that will become relevant to testimony offered throughout the course of the trial?
Yes, it does.
Now, this particular map, is it going to include locations that were identified throughout the course of the investigation where the defendant had been located traveling through?
Yes, it does.
Will there be different areas that will become points of interest that witnesses will be testifying to?
Yes, there are.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit number 38.
At this point, I think it lacks foundation. The questions were, will witnesses be testifying to And will witnesses be testifying to these locations and where they were? Until those witnesses testify to that, I think it lacks foundation.
Your Honor, I'll go ahead and lay some additional foundation. Detective or Sergeant Piper, were you involved in every aspect of this investigation?
No.
Okay. Were you involved at various locations where there were investigations conducted here in Scott County around the apartment complex?
Yes, I was.
Were you involved in investigation activities that played out down in the area of Credit Island and River Drive?
Yes.
Were you involved in aspects of the investigation that played out in Clinton County?
Yes, I was.
Were you actually also involved in aspects of the investigation where the child's remains were later found?
Yes, I was.
So relative to all of the locations that are depicted on this diagram, are these locations that you are familiar with and you understand the relevance of these locations to the investigation?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then will it help the courts to understand various locations that will be discussed throughout this trial and provide a map of that?
I believe it will.
Your Honor, again, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit number 38.
I would object if it's going to be offered to show evidence of where my client has purportedly traveled through this witness who has not shown foundation for that aspect of the exhibit yet.
Your Honor, the state would indicate that the witness is not going to be testifying to locations that Mr. Dinkins had traveled to. He's just going to basically explain the details of the map so that the court has a perspective of locations that are relevant to this investigation. As other details become important about where the Chevy Impala was identified as having traveled to, those details will only be testified to by the witness who was personally involved in that and is aware of that.
Anything further, Mr. Freeze?
As long as it's limited to sites where he has investigated and is not going to vouch for travel patterns, travel times, or locations where my client traveled. With that caveat, I have no objection.
The exhibit will be admitted.
Okay. All right, Sergeant Piper, I'd like you to come down to the diagram and then help us understand what is depicted here on this particular exhibit. All right, now at the bottom of the diagram, do you identify what counties are involved?
Yes, this is Scott in Clinton County.
Okay. As we look at the diagram as a whole, how would you describe what you have on that diagram?
The lower section of this map is Scott County and the municipalities contained within it. Over here on the left are Davenport, that north, smaller areas of Riverdale, Clare, also our southwest Buffalo. In this general area, as we traverse north, the city of Eldridge, Long Grove, Princeton, and McCausland and Donahue are smaller incorporated areas within Scott County. The upper section towards the top of the map, as you can see this squiggly line here going from left to right, is the Clinton-Scott County border to our north. And as you go further north into Clinton County, the next municipal city is DeWitt, and then off to the east there is Comanche in the city of Clinton.
All right. That being said, do you have a directional legend on this exhibit?
Yes, it's noted here, kind of on the lower right side, north being to the top of this map, south the bottom, east to the right, and west is the left side of this.
All right. Have you in some way designated what areas the map constitute the various municipalities that you've described?
The municipalities are identified by their actual name, and it's printed on the map.
Okay. Now, do you have an area on this exhibit entitled Legend?
Yes.
Okay. Are there a number of descriptors underneath the legend that will be utilized to describe just different information on this map that will become important?
Yes, there are.
All right, take us through the legend. What's the first entry under our legend?
The first item listed is a blue dot with some resemblance of a signal emission points of interest where known residences of the people involved in this case are identified with a orange circle with a shadowed house in the center of it. And then there's a purple option that notes an employer location. The three dots together will be for further testimony on routes of Mr. Dinkins. There is another kind of a yellow or orangish red line with a circle in it that denotes sections of road that were under construction at the time that this event was happening. The next two lines are a series of dots and dashes and dots that are identifying construction zones within the map that are occurring at the time of this event. The next area is the paint boxes with paint shading, and those indicate areas that were canvassed by law enforcement efforts by a variety of different methods. Some are walked, canvassed on foot, done by multiple drones. There were state aircraft, Med-Force helicopters. There were many different mechanisms and strategies used depending on the terrain and the availability of those assets. The next thing notated in the legend is two gray lines with dots in it, and it's a county border indicator, which is only listed in this one particular area, the upper third of the map. And then the slightly beige shade area just signifies these incorporated areas, small towns or whatever they end up being within the two counties.
All right, so if you see a lightly shaded beige area, is there going to be the name of the city or municipality that's involved?
Correct.
All right, now let's talk about the lower portion of the diagram on the right side. Help us understand the distinction between what we see there versus the map that comprises a good portion of the diagram. What is that area going to focus on?
So this area here is more of a blown-up version, which encompasses the area where Brady H. Rowe was last seen alive.
That being what address?
2744 East 53rd Street, which you can see the apartment complex and some of those other adjacent things that I had explained in earlier testimony.
And then if we go to the top of the diagram, to what would be the left side, describe what that area is so that we have a perspective of that.
So this area in the upper left-hand corner of this map is a blown-out, zoomed version of this particular area, which is just north of the city of DeWitt within Clinton County. It's a slightly wooded area where the Kunow Implement place is. That's a commercialized business that deals with the sales and service of farm implement equipment, major agricultural type things. And this area comes into concern. This is the location where the remains of Brady Charles' body were found.
Okay, let's just focus on that if we could. Now, if you are heading out of Davenport, what street would you be traveling on?
61.
Okay, but in town, what's the name of the street?
Brady Street.
Is Brady a one-way or a two-way street?
It is a one-way divided street.
Going what direction?
North.
And if we're coming into town, then, do you come into town on Brady?
It switches to Welcome Way once you come to 65th Street.
Okay, and then does Welcome Way then become our one-way going south?
It does.
All right, so if you head north on Brady Street out of town, you're going to be traveling on what highway?
61.
And then when you get to the area where you would, well, let me back off. Where is Clinton located relative to Scott County?
Clinton County itself is our direct neighbor to our north of our county line.
Okay, and on our map, is it going to lie to the east side of Scott County or the west side of Scott County?
Well, the county
All right, thank you. And then, so when you go up Highway 61 heading north, what exit would you take to travel east into Clinton?
We take the Highway 30 exit.
All right, can you show us where Highway 30 is so that we've got a perspective of that?
Highway 30 is right here.
And then is it also labeled 30 so that we know that that's Highway 30?
Yes, so you see one identifier here, the traditional highway signal with a 30 in it.
Okay, if you were to continue traveling north past that exit onto Highway 30, how much further would you have to travel to the area of Kunow Implement where Breasia Terrell's remains were located?
From Highway 30 to the Kunow Implement is 5 miles.
All right, and then what is the designation for the exit point there? What's the street number?
It's 270th Avenue would be the turnoff from Highway 61 to the Kunow Implement.
Well, I'm not talking about the north-south streets. I want to know the east street at the top to the north. And just let me ask you this. Are you familiar with 212th?
Okay, you're here now, I'm sorry.
Yeah, yep.
Misunderstood you.
Yep, gotcha.
So, yes, 210th Street and 212th Street. So when you're coming up Highway 61, the initial street is 210th and turns into 212th. They transition around the curve.
Okay, and then, so then, is that the east-west street?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is that all a rural area?
Yes.
All right, and then is there a north-south street that runs on the west side of the property where Kunow is located?
So 218th Street runs mostly north. This particular geographic area has that curve in it. So
Right, absolutely.
getting into too many semantics of this being a hard north, some of these streets are at a bit of a bias.
Okay, and then on the east side of the property, when we talk essentially about what we're going to call a north-south street, what would be that street?
270th Avenue runs right on the east side of the Kunow.
All right. Now, do you have Interstate 80 depicted on this diagram so that we understand its location?
Yes, Interstate 80 is the orange line running here just at the northern portion of the city of Davenport, that north limits.
For purposes of our written record, Interstate 80 runs what directions?
East and west.
And then is there a north-south highway that can be utilized to travel along the westernmost border of Davenport?
Yes, Highway 280, Interstate 280, connects Interstate 80 north and south to the state of Illinois, or River Drive, multiple exits on the west side of the city of Davenport.
If you take Interstate 280, will that allow you access to the area of River Drive?
Yes,
And then for purposes of our written record again, what's located on our southernmost border?
in this area of the Mississippi River.
Okay. Does the Mississippi River run along the southernmost border of Scott County?
Yes, it does.
All right. And then finally, is there a highway, a north-south highway that somebody can use to travel along what would be an eastern boundary line between Davenport and Bettendorf?
Interstate 74 would be that main interstate thoroughfare on the east side of Davenport, just into the western side of the city of Davenport. It's identified on this particular map as a orange line extending from the Mississippi River as far north as Interstate.
Now, I want to talk about the legend. There's entries to identify locations where there was construction. Why is that relevant?
It's relevant in this particular case because on 53rd Street between Eastern Avenue and Highway 61, Brady Street, conversely, the eastbound portion of 53rd Street was demolished and under construction at the time this incident occurred.
So would that potentially impact somebody's direction of travel?
Yes, it does.
All right. Is there another area where there was construction that should be noted that would potentially impact somebody's direction of travel?
Most notably down in the southwest part of the city of Davenport, if you're coming in River Drive, there was a major bridge replacement that took place. So as you're taking River Drive, they're going to take that to Bluegrass, for instance, out of the west side
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and take your seat. Sergeant Piper, are there other maps that have been generated that will help to understand the layout of various locations?
Yes, there are.
All right. Did you generate aerial maps of the area around Kunal Implement?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 41. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 41?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 41?
That is the location of the Kunal implement situated just north of the city of DeWitt.
Okay. And does this map give us a perspective of the layout of Kunal Implement to the area where Briasia's remains were found?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the State would move to introduce this exhibit into the record.
If I could just see it briefly.
Absolutely.
If you just ask him when that was made, what time of year?
And then, Sergeant Piper, for purposes of perspective, when was this particular map made as far as time of year?
The best we can come up with this one, this was not a drone image that we had made. And on the GIS site that we use, there's a version with leaves on and leaves off. And this is just the leaves off. So the exact time of year, I do not know on that particular one.
Does this particular image comport with what the site would have looked like in March of 2021 when Briasia's remains were recovered?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 41.
No objection.
Okay. All right.
The exhibit will be admitted.
Sergeant Piper, come on down, and I'd like for you then to walk us through this. Let me get this turned over if I could. All right. Now, do you have a directional indicator on this map?
There is one in the lower right-hand corner of this document. There is a notation of north. So in this particular map, the way it is situated, north is up here at your top, south is at the bottom, east is on the right, and west is over here on the left.
Okay. As you look at the map, do we see Highway 61 depicted?
Yes. And again, Highway 61 is a bit of a curvature right here, but the northbound lanes would be on the right side, southbound lanes would be these here on the left. You can actually see two vehicles pointed south.
Is the northbound and southbound lanes of traffic divided by some type of median there along Highway 61?
Yes, there's a grassy median that separates those.
Now, on US Highway 61, if you're heading north, does it show you the exit that you would take to the area of Kunal Implement?
There's no major signage for it. There's a turnoff. This is a very rural area. But this area you see here with 212th Street is where you would make a right-hand turn to arrive at the Kunal location.
And if you turn, make a right-hand turn, what direction are you traveling?
You're starting to go back to the east.
You had mentioned 212th and 210th Street as having a relationship with one another. Is that shown there on the map?
Yes, it's more clear here. You see where 212th Street is the name of the street when you actually turn off. And as you, if you were to continue further east, you would transition into 210th Street without any significant changes of road.
Okay. Is this whole area to the north, to the east, to the west, and even to the south, is that all rural area?
Yes, this is all farmland.
All right. Now then, show us where 218th is on the map so that we understand its relationship to Kunal Implement.
218th Street is the, for the lack of a better term, it's kind of the frontage road, if you will, to access this Kunal area and travel back into, it would take you back down into DeWitt if you were to continue.
Sure. And which side of the property is it located relative to Kunal Implement?
It is more towards the west side.
All right. And then on the east side of the property, the north-south street, can you show us what that street is?
So here you have, again, a gravel road depicted by 270th Avenue on this map, and that is the east boundary running north and south.
Does this exhibit depict the area where Breasia Terrell's remains were found?
Yes, it does.
Explain.
So in the lower portion of this Kuhnau implement property, what you see here on this map represents what I saw there that day when she was found. And you can see this darkened area in the center here, in between 270th Avenue and 218th Street. There's somewhat of a pond area there with water in it. There is a heavily wooded line around this area that it follows the line of the gravel roads. It is this particular view, again, is the leaf-off version of this aerial view. But you can see there's a small gravel driveway here. It'll be hard to see unless you're close to it. But this is an access road that drops in elevation significantly. It's steep, and it comes down into this area. So this area down here along the pond area is much lower than what is up here at grade level where the road is. It was explained to me by the folks that work here. This is storm runner water runoff. Sorry, for this particular area to sort of rainfall.
Given the steep grade to that access road, what would you have concerns about driving just a passenger car down into that area?
Yes.
Why?
It's steep, and there are, it's pretty abrupt, I guess, driveway apron, if you will, coming from the gravel down into there. I would be nervous about scraping the car.
Sure. And where were Breasia's remains found?
So the best way to describe it, with this particular view, is you're coming down this access road here, just a little up, and it would be kind of north of this little gravel roadway. Her body was found under some trees there.
Okay. Do you want us to go ahead and take a break?
Yes, Ms. Cunningham, I believe this is a good time to break for lunch.
Yes.
We will reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
Just testing a mic by the stand. I know we're live. Just testing the audio mic near the display stand. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Am I good? Am I coming in strong back there? Testing.
I think if we increase the dB
That.
on that, we should be good, because I could hear it pretty decent.
Okay. No, we'll do it that way.
Well, I can, yeah.
Testing 1, 2. Testing the mic. Testing 1, 2. Testing. Testing, testing. Testing the mic over by display. Testing the mic again over by the display. This is where it was. This is the grassy knoll.
We do need a little more audio, we need a little more. Maybe
I got it on 10 right now. And it's hitting into the 0 to -10 range on that. I'll just maybe increase it.
Well, I wonder if I can.
Could you? Oh yeah, because you could do. I bet you somebody has it at -12. But either way, yeah, you're right. Just bring it up a couple of feet. I was thinking on the.
It's -12.
Oh, bring it to -6. You should be good.
I'll go -6, or you want to go -3?
Go -3. Just don't go to 0. I made that mistake once. And somebody hit a hot T. and a hot
No, it only goes from 0 to -6.
Cool. Oh, dang. We should be good at -6. That's 3 dBs. And I still have it on 10. The thing is, I can increase it on the switcher, but she talks so close to the mic. When she comes on, she's blaring hot. She's coming in hot. And he was fine except for when he not raised his voice, but like spoke with a louder volume. But go test it now, and I'll sit here and testing 1 2. The greatest movie ever made is Jaws. No, Star Wars. Star Wars or Jaws? Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing. Testing 1 2. Testing. Testing 1 2. Testing. How you doing? Testing. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing. This is the place that they were sitting. This is the grassy knoll. This is where the car drove through. This is where.
You know what, let's just go with that, because she's gonna be a little more animated, a little louder.
Yeah. That should be good. Gracias. Just leave it right there. Okay. I just gotta turn off the audio back here. This is a fire hazard, to be honest with you. I said it's a
guys are so accommodating to our evidence,
I'm in room
trying to
2.
cut us off at the knees.
But do you see anything coming up with yours? We're gonna have to work on it.
Please remain seated. Court is now in session.
There's your bleach.
I'll tell him. Sure, I can tell him. Just a moment.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know how to do it.
I do.
Oh,
I'll take care of it.
They might be duplicates.
You searched one.
I'm in room 1.
Yeah.
Never mind.
All right. That's all good, kid. Start. I think we're good.
Anything going over there?
I think so.
Might do that.
Maybe I do.
I could have to.
Yeah. Thanks. Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
You may.
May the record reflect that I'm showing counsel to mark the State's Exhibit number 42. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. Sergeant Piper, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 42. For purposes of our record, do you recognize State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 42?
That's an aerial overview photo from a drone taken from the day the pond was searched.
All right. Your Honor, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 42.
No objection.
Exhibit 42 is admitted.
Okay. All right, now Sergeant Piper, you have a laser pointer to use at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's walk through this, a particular exhibit. As we look at State's Exhibit 42, on the diagram, where is 270th Avenue?
By way of the red pointer, 270th Avenue is on the right side
Okay?
of this document.
And so therefore, north on this diagram where would be located where?
North is essentially the top edge of the map. Okay. South would be at the bottom. West would be on your left, and east would be on the right side, again, aligning with 270th Avenue.
If we looked to the west side of that property line, can we see any part of 218th Street?
If you can see the lower left-hand corner of this map, 218th Street is just visible there in the corner.
And what time of year was this particular image captured?
This was taken in late March of 2021.
All right. As we look at the image, can you show us where that access point is to the area of the pond that we've been talking about?
So in relation to the last exhibit, you see this gravel area here in the upper right-hand corner of this map. This is the access road coming down to the level near the pond off of 270th Avenue on the north east section of this particular area.
In the same vicinity, just to the south, it looks like there's another access road. Can you help us understand the difference between that versus the steep incline we've been discussing on the first access road?
So you're referring to where the pointer is now?
Correct.
So that is a significantly steeper pathway, I would call it, that goes down there. I'm unclear what it was, put there for or what caused it. It is not suitable for passenger vehicle travel.
All right. Where was Breasia remains found?
So by way of this pointer, where the red dot is at this time, in the northeast corner of this area, you can see where there's a black automobile tire right here, and her body was found just a little to the east of this area here where the tire is.
Okay. And when her body was found, where was that tire located in relation to the skeletal remains?
It was directly, I wouldn't say without seeing the exact pictures, but very, very close to where her legs were. If you see like a little bit of a bare area just adjacent to this tire, that is where some of the clearing of the trees had to be done by us a few days prior to the day this photo was taken in order to recover her remains.
All right, just to reset our perspective, what date was her skeletal remains discovered?
March 22nd.
And then what date then did the processing of this scene occur?
So for recovering her remains, we did that the following morning on March 23rd, excuse me, with the microphone noise. The scene was secured on the 22nd, and which time I met with state police DCI agents, and we devised an operational plan to perform the recovery of the remains. It was a very unique situation, something very out of the ordinary for what we normally do.
Okay, and then we'll talk about that later on in testimony that you'll offer when we get to that stage of the trial. But there's one other topic that I want to discuss here. When we look at 270th Avenue, is that a paved roadway?
It is a gravel top road.
All right. Focusing on the shoulder there along 270th and what would be the west side, how would you describe the shoulder just off that traveled portion of 270th Avenue?
I would not describe it as really being a shoulder in a traditional sense of what we see a road. It's a fairly precipitous drop-off from the gravel, and then you have that decline down into where this vegetation is. So there really is just the roadbed and then the drop-off.
Okay, and with that description then, if an individual were to get their tires off of that roadway, would it be fairly easy to get stuck off of that?
Yes.
Okay, is this what it looked like during the recovery of March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 43?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 43?
It is the area where the remains of Breasia Terrell's body was recovered.
How does this particular exhibit differ from the previous two exhibits that we've looked at?
It is taken in late July of this year. The vegetation and the natural growth of leaves and things of such that you would have would closely replicate the environment of the night she would have been placed there.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 43.
I would object as it's untimely. It's remote and stale, 3 years post date of the child's abduction. Does not fairly and accurately depict the scene as if it would have been in July of 2020.
Your Honor, and the state disagrees. This is taken during the month of July when Briasia would have come up missing. And so this particular photograph relative just to the geography of the area, it shows what this area would look like with everything in full bloom, the trees and all of the vegetation around there.
Then it lacks foundation as to what has not done or not been done at that location for the last 3 years.
I'll go ahead and lay some additional foundation.
Thank you.
Sergeant Piper, you were out there in March of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
If you were to describe the growth of the trees, how mature were the trees during this time?
They are mature trees all around that area.
Okay. And then did you actually travel back to this area in July of this year to collect a photograph so that we could see what it would look like when all of the vegetation was in full bloom?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is there any difference between the height and maturity of the trees as it exists in July of 2023 versus what you saw in July of 2021?
Nothing from my observations was different.
Okay. And then having been there, when we talk about just the vegetation at ground level, did you notice anything different about the vegetation at ground level as compared to what you would have noted in March of 2021, other than that things weren't in full bloom?
There were no other changes other than the overgrowth of vegetation.
Okay. Have there been any clearing of any of these areas as of this year?
No.
Okay. So was it still the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce this particular exhibit.
If I could vote here the witness briefly.
You may.
Detective, how many times between March of 2021 and July of 2023 have you been out to that location?
3.
And did you talk to anyone who was the owner of that location during any of those times?
No.
Did you talk to anyone who may have done any work such as tree clearing, brush clearing, or any work at all to that location?
No, I did not.
And you're telling us today that that tree cover, that brush cover, looks exactly the same as it did 2.5 years ago?
I said it closely replicates it.
It differs in what way then?
Due to the amount of precipitation in particular parts of the season from that year to this year, I think there would be obvious differences that we couldn't explain here today based off of environmental issues.
Okay, that means nothing to me. You need to be more specific, please.
I think it is common understanding that a given amount of precipitation and sunlight in a given year of seasons, having lived in this part of the country, I think it's common for people here to understand that if you don't have a lot of rain, you're going to have less grubbage and greenery on the ground. So there could be some differences that we're not aware of because we did not see this area in July of 2020.
So do you expect to see less today or more today based upon the precipitation or lack thereof?
I'm not able to comment on whether I think there would be more. The purpose of this was to show the amount of growth that would have likely been present or something similar to.
So, given the environmental conditions and the precipitation or lack thereof, and the growth of the trees and brush and what have you, things change over a period of years. You agree with that?
I do.
So you can't say for certain that that is a true and accurate way that place looked in July of 2020.
And I phrased it as a close replica.
Okay. I renew my objection, same basis.
Your Honor, the state would assert that this doesn't go to the admissibility of the evidence, it goes to the weight of the evidence. So the court can certainly take into consideration that there has been 2 years past and then give it the appropriate weight the court believes it deserves.
I will overrule the objection. I do find this more of a demonstrative type of exhibit.
Okay, all right.
All right, Sergeant Piper, if you could then. Look looking at State's Exhibit 43, and for purposes of orientation, again, what would represent, actually, let me turn this around. As we look at this particular diagram, north is where?
In this particular orientation, north would again be at the top of the map, south would be at the bottom, west would be on your left side, and east would be over here on the right.
Okay, and then show us what would represent 270th Avenue.
270th Avenue would again be over here on the east side, the right side.
All right, and then can you show us that steep access road that we've been talking about going down into the pond?
So the access road in this particular view would be here where the pointer is, and you can still see a rough kind of a circle drive around this area down by the pond.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel has been marked as State's Exhibit 98. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 98 for purposes of identification. Did you have
have a drone sent out to that area so that it would provide a perspective of what vegetation would look like if you were traveling on 270th Avenue, either traveling north or traveling south?
Yes, I did.
And is that depicted in State's Exhibit number 98?
Yes, it is.
And then just for purposes of our record, what area specifically then would those those drone images reflect?
So in the two video clips in exhibit, is that me? I'm sorry. On 270th, there is a short video traveling north up into this area to give some perspective of what this looks like with full-grown vegetation at this particular time of year. And then again, another view traveling from approximately this area of the pointer coming to the south and just showing perspective at a low height that would be pretty similar to walking through there and both replicate what we have seen with drone footage the days that aerial searches were being done in that area in 2020.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 98.
No objection.
Exhibit 98 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, may the State play those two video clips?
You may.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, look back on our menu. Well, goodness, we'll go back to the menu here in a moment. And this will tell us, okay, what's the perspective here?
So the perspective in this view is facing north, just south of the access drive that goes down to the pond area.
And then with your pointer, show us where that access drive is at.
That would be right here on the left side of the screen.
I'm going to go to our second video clip. And what is the perspective of our second video clip?
It will be similar to the last one. It'll just be coming from the north, traveling south. The access driveway is up here on the right, where the pointer is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is requesting that we be allowed to have Sergeant Pfeiffer step off the stand and then continue his direct examination. We have 2 witnesses who have flown in that we have got to get on the stand today because they are scheduled to fly out. And then we can bring Sergeant Pfeiffer back on the stand and complete this portion of his direct examination.
Any objection, Mr. Freeze?
Anything to confuse it, you bet. No objection.
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls Mona Borelli to the stand.
If you'd step here to be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Mona Varela, Monavarela.
Mrs. Varela, I want to take you back to July of 2020. In what capacity were you employed?
And I was a police service journalist for the Davenport Police Department.
What does that mean?
I take reports, non-emergency reports.
All right. If an individual were to call 911, where would that call be directed to?
To the report taker. They would call the front desk of the Davenport Police, and then the call would get routed to me if I were the report taker at the time.
Were you acting in that capacity during the morning of July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
What shift were you working that day?
Day shift.
All right. And were you assigned to the front desk?
I was assigned to report taker.
As the report taker. Now, I want to direct your attention, if I could, to the time frame of 8:29 a.m. in the morning. Did you end up handling a call that involved the report of a missing child?
Yes.
Explain.
The call was transferred back to me that it was a runaway on the phone, a runaway report to do on the phone.
Okay. Now, when it came back as a runaway, was it actually a report of a runaway child or a missing child?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I had to hear what was being said to determine whether it was a missing person or a runaway.
Okay. With that being said, then, describe that what developed, or what telephone number did the call come in from? And let me ask you this. Would it help to, did you prepare investigative reports in this matter?
Yes.
In that investigative report, did you document the name of the individual that you were receiving that call from?
Yes.
And within that report, did you also document the telephone number that that call was coming from?
Yes.
Would it help to refresh your recollection by being able to review that report?
Please.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
I'm going to object. The witness never testified that she didn't know the number. The question was not posed and answered before the recollection could be refreshed.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. Ms. Forelli, without reviewing your report, would you know the telephone number that had called in at that time?
Not, I would have to look at my notes.
All right. And then additionally, would you need to look at your reports to identify the name of the individual calling in and the nature of the report that was being made?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the state approach the witness and provide her report to her to refresh her recollection?
Mr. Freeze,
Yes, no objection.
Okay.
you may.
I'm handing you a report, and I want you to look at that and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes.
How do you recognize the document that I've handed to you?
Because I typed it.
Okay. Is this the report that you generated from the call that came in at 8:29 a.m. that morning?
Yes.
All right. Now, what telephone number did you receive a call from?
563-676-4247.
Who was the individual that was making the call at 8:29 a.m. in the morning?
Breasia Terrell.
No, the person making the call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aisha Langford.
And what was the nature of the call or the reason for Aisha Langford calling you?
Your Honor, I have to object. This is now referring to a document that's hearsay. It's not refreshing recollection at this point.
Sustained.
Okay. Would it help you to go ahead and review that report, and then once you've had a chance to review it, could you set it aside and then testify as to what you recall?
Sure.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. Your Honor, may she do that?
She may.
Your Honor, I guess I have to object. There needs to be a question lodged before the witness just full-scale reviews her report. At this point, the witness is reviewing her whole report before she testifies. I think that's improper.
Sustain the objection.
All right. Mrs. Varelli, do you recall the details of the call that you received on July 10th at 8:29 a.m.?
I remember talking to Aisha, yes.
Okay. And
Ms. Cunningham, I apologize for the interruption. I think it would be proper to remove the report from the witness at this time.
Absolutely.
And do you recall the details of that conversation?
Yes, to a point. I mean, it was a long time ago.
All right. Let's go ahead and let's talk about what you recall. And if there are details that you don't recall, then let me know. All right. When Aisha Langford called into the department at that time, describe what occurred during your conversation with her.
Okay. I remember her telling me that she wanted to report her daughter as I don't remember if it was a missing person or a runaway at that time. I asked her what the circumstances were, and she told me her age. She's a good kid, and that she went to her son's dad's house to spend the night. And we briefly talked about her going over to the dad's house with her son. They had a good relationship, that he was on his way to report her as missing, and she was worried about her daughter.
Okay. Now, when Aisha Langford reported to you that her son's father was coming down to the department to report the child missing, had Henry Dinkins shown up at the department?
No.
All right. Was there a discussion with Aisha Langford that Mr. Dinkins had not yet showed up to the report or to the department to report the child missing?
Yes, and that's when I asked her for his phone number. I gave him
Your Honor, I'm
a call.
objecting to this portion of the answer after the word yes, and asked it to be stricken. That portion is hearsay and narrative.
Your Honor, it's being offered to explain the course of the witness's actions that she took.
Overruled.
Okay, what was the question?
Okay. Did you discuss with her the fact that Henry Dinkins had not yet responded to the department?
Yes.
Okay. And in that discussion, what developed that would have directed the course of your further conduct?
Well, I ran his name. I ran her name, as we do every call that we get, and just reviewing on stuff that I saw on the computer. That's when we move forward with other
Further steps? Now, was there any discussion with Miss Langford where she was reporting to you cars that he may be driving, since you'd indicated that he wasn't there at the department?
No.
You don't recall that?
I don't recall that.
All right. And then from there, then, did she give you any indication of where, the address where Breasia had been when she had come up missing?
She did. She told me that he lived at Jersey Meadow Apartments, but she did not know the apartment number.
Okay. Was that an area that she was familiar with?
I don't know.
All right. From there, what directive did you give to Miss Langford as to what she should do?
I asked her for Henry's number.
Okay. And then did she provide a telephone number to you for Henry Dinkins?
She did.
Now, do you recall that telephone number as you sit there on the stand?
No.
Would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing your report?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the witness, or may the state approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you a report, and I want you to look at that report. Tell me if you documented that number, and if so, once you've had a chance to refer to it, let us know, and then I'll have you set the report aside and tell us what that number is. Okay. Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes.
What was the telephone number that she provided to you for Henry Dinkins?
Well, I don't have it memorized, but it's in my report.
It is in your report?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you need to look at the reports to be able to cite that for the record?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the witness do that?
She may.
563-726-4078.
All right. Once you had that number, what was the next step in the process as far as your
Involvement in this investigation that day?
I told Aisha I would call her back. I was going to call Henry.
Okay. Did you, in fact, call Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. And when you dialed that number, were you able to make contact with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a discussion with him?
Yes.
What did that discussion consist of?
And as I said, I hear you're on your way here to the police department to report a runaway.
Okay. And did you say runaway or missing child?
I don't remember my exact wording.
At any rate, what developed in the conversation?
And he said he changed his mind. He wasn't on his way, but he did explain to me she's a good kid and never gets in trouble and does good in school.
Okay. When he told you that he changed his mind about coming down to the department, did you find that disturbing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you broach that topic with him?
Yes.
Okay. And describe how the conversation developed between the two of you.
And basically, what do you mean you're not coming down here? There's a missing kid. Said he changed his mind. I said, well, where's the kid at? And he says, I don't know where the kid's at. She just left. And he said I could talk to his son. I told him no, I wasn't on the phone to talk to his son. I was talking to him. Then he had his son try and say a few things, but I told him no, I wanted to talk to him, not to his son.
All right. Now, did you attempt to collect an address for where Breasia had been at the time that she came up missing?
Yes, and I asked for the apartment number. He said he didn't know the apartment number. I did not think that was unusual because a lot of people don't know apartment numbers. They just know directions. So I asked him for his girlfriend's phone number. He gave me her phone number, and I was going to call her and get the apartment number.
Okay. Do you recall the name of the girlfriend at this point in time?
I don't.
Did you document the telephone number that he provided to you for the girlfriend?
I'm sure I did because I gave her a call.
And would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing that report?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Again, I'm handing you a report. I'd like you to look at it.
Okay.
Who was the individual you called and at what number?
Andrea.
Okay. And the telephone number that you would have called her at?
I don't have it memorized.
You don't have it
I'm
memorized?
sorry.
Okay. Would you need to read that number into the record by looking at it in
Yes.
the report? Okay. Let's do that. All right. What was that number for Andrea?
563-639-8716.
Did you then attempt to reach out to Andrea?
I did.
Okay. What developed when you tried to get a hold of Andrea?
She did answer the phone for me. I told her who I was. I told her I needed her apartment number. She asked me for what reason. I told her there's a missing kid and standard that an officer needs to go in and look to see if the kid's hiding or something like that. And she was reluctant to give me the phone number, but she eventually did give me, the apartment number.
Okay.
should give it to me.
Just as far as the conversation that you had with Mr. Dinkins, and then the follow-up with the girlfriend, Andrea, did that concern you?
Yes.
Explain.
And just the lack of nobody really caring for where she was, or that she disappeared or ran away, or whatever the case was, there was a lot of flags to me.
Having that perspective, then, what steps did you take there in the department?
And I notified the station supervisor of what was going on, and he did what he had to do.
Okay. Did you attempt to contact Mr. Dinkins again?
I did.
And what was the purpose for the second telephone contact with Mr. Dinkins?
To see where he was at. I told him that he needed to answer the phone when I called back.
Okay. And then did Mr. Dinkins give you any idea where he was located during that second telephone call?
No, he said he was on his way back to the apartment, so I gave him the benefit that he was back, on his way back.
All right. And then did he ever come in and place a report to you that Breasia Terrell was missing?
Did he?
Yeah.
And no, he never showed up at the police department, no.
Who was the only individual to call in and report Breasia missing?
Aisha.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Ma'am, did Aisha Langford ever come to the police station?
No.
Why
Not at that time.
Why did you not ask her to come to the police station?
And she did ask me. She asked me if she needed to come or leave work, or what she needed to do, and I told her to stand by and wait till she hears back.
Okay, so her daughter's missing, and you tell her to stand by the phone, right?
Yes.
Henry Dinkins, you call him, right?
Yes.
You tell him to come down, right?
Yes.
Why?
Well, she said he was on his way.
Okay, he changes his mind and he's not on his way. Why is that a big deal?
What do you mean by that?
Why is it a big deal that Henry Dinkins didn't come to the police station, in your opinion?
I didn't say it was a big deal. I just told him, he said he was on his way back to the apartment, and I gave him the benefit he was on the way back to the apartment to report it.
Okay. How many times did you call Mr. Dinkins?
Twice.
And you also called Miss Culberson once?
Correct.
And did you tell her to come to the police station?
No.
Why not?
Because the police were at her apartment complex already, and she needed to be there to open the door so they could look for the child.
So the fact that Mr. Dinkins didn't come to the police station is not a big deal, really?
Depends on who you're talking to.
I'm talking to you.
No, because I take reports over the phone and in person as well. So to me, it took a lot of runaway and missing people reports.
Because you just said it seemed concerning to you that no one cared. No one seemed to care that this girl was missing, right? Yes?
Correct.
That included her mother, Aisha?
And I wouldn't say that. The whole circumstance didn't seem right to me.
Okay. It didn't seem right in the regard that people weren't showing up at the police station, or what? I'm missing something.
No, just that she was 9 years old, and I think it was Mr. Dinkins told me that she was missing from the middle of the night. Why did they wait till 8 o'clock to report that? To me was alarming, and she was young. That's alarming. That age, they don't run away at that age. At least I haven't taken a report of somebody running away in the middle of the night at that age.
Mr. Dinkins told you in one of those phone conversations that he was out looking for her, didn't he?
And I don't recall that, but I do recall him saying she was a good kid, she doesn't get in trouble.
Same thing that Aisha said, right?
Correct?
Mr. Dinkins answered the phone every time you called, correct?
Correct?
His conversations with you weren't agitated, were they?
No.
He was respectful, was he not?
Yes, he was.
Didn't seem to be confused, did he?
No.
Didn't seem scared, did he?
Well, I can't
speak for how somebody felt over the phone. It was a normal conversation.
He sounded normal, didn't he?
Yes. To me, that's alarming when everybody sounded normal.
Including Aisha Langford.
She was more, towards the end of our conversation, she was more alarmed.
Now, when the call came in, you were clear to say that the call came in through patrol, right?
And it came in through the front desk as a runaway report,
And
then
that
transferred back to me.
You're clear that the call came in as a runaway, right?
Yes,
And the person that made that call was Aisha Langford, right?
correct.
And when you talked to Aisha Langford, she didn't tell you that she had any concerns that Henry Dinkins may have abducted this child, did she?
I don't recall it being worded like that.
Well, she didn't say that she was concerned that her daughter was in harm's way by being with Henry Dinkins, did she?
No,
She didn't say, you need to go find Henry Dinkins. I think he did something to my daughter, did she?
no,
In fact, she told you that Aisha had let Breasia spend the night voluntarily with Henry Dinkins, didn't she?
yes.
And you have no knowledge that Mr. Dinkins showed up voluntarily sometime that morning at the Davenport Police Department?
I do have knowledge he did end up showing up at the police department.
Okay, what time was that?
I have no idea the time,
And where did you get that knowledge?
and I saw him walk in.
So earlier when Ms. Cunningham asked you about whether or not Mr. Dinkins showed up, I believe you said no.
Well, not during my initial conversation with him, he didn't show up. This was later in the day, only because I'm by a window where I can see people coming in.
It was before lunch, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
Did you talk to him?
No,
Who talked to him?
I have no idea.
Who met him?
I have no idea. I just saw him walking in.
Did you see Aisha Langford walk in?
And I've seen her walk in hundreds of times. I can't tell you when I saw her walk in.
Hundreds of times.
Hundreds of times.
That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Varelli, with the information coming through that the child had been missing since the middle of the night, did that seem alarming to you that individuals the child was staying with hadn't reached out and reported that to the police department?
Very alarming.
Okay. And typically when a child is discovered missing and caretakers find that child missing, do they call right away?
Yes, they
Objection,
do.
Lex Foundation. I'm not sure this officer's even competent. This person's even competent to testify to that.
Your Honor, I'll go ahead and lay some foundation. Ms.
I'm
Varelli,
going to
how...
allow her to lay some foundation, but she did testify to that a bit in her cross-examination. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Varelli, how long had you worked for the Davenport Police Department?
I think 10 years at that time.
Okay. And over the course of your 10-year career, had you taken multiple calls in the past of a child that caretakers were reporting missing?
Probably 100.
Okay. And with those calls, were those situations resolved fairly quickly?
Yes.
And typically, what would be discovered?
Well, depending on the age, and they were at a friend's house, they were at an after-school project that the parent forgot about, or, they were always found relatively quick.
Okay. Did it trouble you that Mr. Dinkins indicated that he changed his mind and he wasn't coming down to the department to deal with the issue that Breasia had been missing since the middle of the night?
Very.
And was that distinctly different from what you have experienced in the past, when you have caretakers calling in and saying, a child, who lives with me or who I'm responsible for is missing?
Very different.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze,
Nothing further.
you may step down.
Okay. Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Prisoner to the stand.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat there.
Please state. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Christopher Mayer, Kristopher. Last name is Mayer, Mayer.
What is your occupation?
Police officer for the city of Davenport
How long have you been employed at the Davenport Police Department?
since January 2nd of 2001.
Okay. Describe your educational background and any training that you've received.
Attended Western Illinois University with a bachelor's degree. Prior to that, I was in the Marine Corps. Was hired by the Davenport Police Department in 2001. Attended and completed the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy. During my first couple years, I attended a lot of training in the forensics area, crime scene photography, crime scene processing, scene documentation, crime scene surveying. From there, went through reconstruction training for automobile crashes through Illinois State Police. Did that for 17 years. During that time, I was a consultant for Trimble Forensics, Visual Statement, and Faro, actually going around the country and teaching police departments on crime scene diagramming and using various types of equipments, total stations, total stations, laser scanners, measuring crime scenes with drones. So.
Is that an area of specialty that is utilized by the police department?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. And then I want to direct your attention, if I could, to events of March 23rd of 2021. Were you involved in the investigation of Brigitte Turrell?
On that day, yes.
Okay. And how is it that you became involved in investigative tasks that were performed on March 23rd of 2021?
I was contacted by detectives and requested to drive out to, I believe it's Clinton County, off of 61, 270th, to document incident scene there.
Okay. Are you familiar with the area of Kuhnau implement by virtue of responsibilities that you carried out that particular day?
Yes.
Okay. Was the area of Kuhnau implement and property just to the south of it where there was a pond and a wooded area, an area that you were directed to?
Yes.
Now, what time of day would you have responded to that location?
It was right around 1 p.m.
Okay. And when you got there to the scene, if you could set the stage and help us understand what was developing out there.
When I got there, I met with various detectives. I think Detective Pfeiffer, or Sergeant Pfeiffer, was one of the supervisors at the scene. I know Iowa DCI was present. I think there was a doctor there from Iowa DCI too. Just a lot of different components, moving parts, and inquired what they needed of me, and they wanted me to measure and document remains that were found.
Okay. Now, Dr. Heather Garvin, an anthropologist with the State Medical Examiner's Office, was she out at the scene when you would have responded there?
Yes.
And when you responded to the scene, had there already been the discovery of skeletal remains that were in the process of being collected?
Yes.
In conjunction with those skeletal remains, were there other items that were found either about the area of the skeletal remains or somewhere within the vicinity that you were asked to document the location of?
Yes.
All right. Now, if you could, describe for us the technology that you were utilizing so that we could understand the relationship of various items of evidence to one another that was collected.
For that scene, I used a Leica TPS 407 total station. It's a manual total station, kind of like what you see on construction sites where they look through and aim at the prism to take precise measurements. Attached to that was a TDS Nomad, which is a data collector, and it runs, the software we ran at the time was called MFX, which is the data collection software. The way the total station operates, it's got an electronic distance meter in it, theodolite, THEODOLITE. And basically, really layman's terms, it shoots a laser out, measures the angle that the instrument's at, returns that back. Inside the computers inside of it, it assigns a point to that from where the total station's located at, and you can put that on a 2D map.
Okay. And then when you say you can put that on a what type of map?
In this case, I went on a 2-dimensional map.
Oh, a 2-dimensional map. All right. All right. Now, explain to us what would be the difference between a 2-dimensional map versus a 3-dimensional map.
2-dimensional is you're looking straight down. 3-dimensional is, say you're 2-dimensional, you're looking at a square. 3-dimensional, you're looking at a cube.
At a cube. All right. All right. With that being said, then, was there a reference point that you were working from for purposes of taking measurements?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that reference point?
The layout of when you came off the gravel road, it's almost like a circle around a clump of trees.
And you know what? We've introduced an exhibit. I'm going to go ahead and put that up and let you use that as a reference point.
Thank you.
Sergeant Mayor, we've got 2 exhibits that we've introduced, and then I'll let you tell me which would be most beneficial for you to utilize relative to your testimony. We've got State's Exhibit number 41, but then we've got State's Exhibit number 42.
42.
Which of the 2 would you prefer to use?
42.
42, okay. We'll put that up. And then we also have a laser pointer here, that if you want to go ahead and utilize that to help us understand what it is that you're going to explain to us, please do so.
So over here you have, I'll just reference the road, there's 2 cuts coming down. This was more rutted out. The remains were right around in this area. There's a little shelf or embankment that goes up. Right in the middle here, kind of like a drive with a roundabout, we'll call it. And then you have the shore, and there's a path that goes down this way. So part of when I set up the total station, I wanted to get as much of the area as I could because it's line of sight. So right here, there's a tree. It should be right about there. Probably go back out and find exact location because I put a 5-inch steel spike in the ground centered on where the total station was at. Sorry.
Okay, and then was that the reference point that you utilized for different measurements that you took to document evidence that was recovered there at the scene?
That was the location, the base location where the total station was at to take all measurements off of.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, in utilizing the total station, then help us just understand that a little bit further. If that is I'm going to call the base of operation, if you will, and there is an item of evidence, how is it then that it takes measurements so that you know what the distance is?
So with total stations, there's 2 ways they work. It's a reflector or reflectorless. Shoots out the laser. You can actually aim the laser, tell it to take the measurement in the shot. With the reflector, which is what we used for this case, basically it's a pole with a red reflector on top that the laser picks up and measures back to. With reflectorless, you just measure to that and it measures the reflectance back. The difference is you lose any of your Z value, which would be your elevation when you're measuring reflectorless. So we didn't do that in this case.
All right. And then those measurements, are they then documented within the total station so that you can print out a report of the various measurements that you took?
They're recorded by the data collection software that's attached to the total station.
Okay, all right. Now, I want to go back just so that I understand what it is that you were saying. When we look to the right side of the diagram, what's the name of the street that we see there?
270th Avenue.
Okay, and then if we go to the top of the diagram that's been identified as north, the larger of the two access points, when you went down there, did you indicate that there was kind of a circle drive that went around the area of that tree and then you could go back up?
There's a circle right through here that goes around this little, well, it's a big tree, but goes around this area.
All right, and then what types of things were you being asked to take measurements of?
So the way it worked is I handed the prism to the DCI personnel because they were aware of the scene and what the evidence was that they wanted to document. I operated the device. They told me what that individual point was, and then I coded it within the device as that point.
Okay. Was there a diagram generated then which would identify the location of items of evidence within this area?
Yes.
And then is there also an exhibit that's been generated then that will tell us what each of those items of evidence was?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I've previously provided to counsel to mark the state's exhibits 142-1 through 142-7. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you what's remarked as state's exhibits 142-1 through 142-7. Your Honor, may we use the elmo?
You may.
Okay. All right. Looking at state's exhibits 142-1 through 142-7, do you recognize that group exhibit?
Yes.
How do you recognize the group exhibit?
It is the diagrams of the points that were measured that I prepared.
Okay. And then how many diagrams are there total?
There's 5.
Okay. Is there a descriptor then that would act as a legend to describe the various items that were being measured?
Yes.
And then within that group exhibit then, do you have the various measurements that you had taken?
Yes.
Okay. Does this then provide us, I guess, information about where each item of evidence was located?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce state's exhibits 142-1 through 142-7.
Your Honor, we have no objection.
That exhibit will be admitted.
Okay. May I display this, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. All right. Sergeant Mayor, what I'm going to do, I'm going to hand your exhibit to the judge so that he doesn't have to turn around and look back at the screen. You'll have the ability to see what we're putting out on that screen in front of you. All right? Okay. All right. As we look at State's Exhibit 142-1, explain to us what it is that we are seeing in this exhibit.
Basically it's a two-dimensional diagram of the scene that we measured.
Okay. I'd like for you to take this little laser pointer, and if you could look back. On this particular sketch, is 270th Avenue represented on the sketch?
Yes, it is. It's
Okay.
the road that runs across the left to right across the top diagonally.
Okay, is the laser pointer not working?
It doesn't like the screen.
Oh, it doesn't like it? Oh, yeah, it doesn't. The screen doesn't like it. Gotcha. All right. And then go ahead. We also have pointers for you to work with, if you'd like us to do that.
The 270th runs diagonally across there.
Okay. Now, that steep access road, where is that reflected on the diagram?
So you have the two access roads the main one. I don't really call this a road because there's just ruts going down the hill. But you have the road there, which would match up with that road, and then the rutted road right there.
Absolutely. And then as you get to the base of that road, describe what is depicted on that sketch.
You have where it goes around the trees there. You have a little go around there. The pond would be down here. There's a little path that goes off through the woods there. You have the various evidence markers. The green, I believe, I just assigned to non-skeletal or remains or non-evidence. The red was, I believe, bullets, and then the skeletal remains are the pink.
All right. Whenever there is evidence being collected, are there any type of evidence markers that are utilized by individuals involved in the process of collecting a piece of evidence?
DCI had flags set up in there.
Okay.
So the numbers that are there, when I put this together, were there instead of having words all over the place. It's just markers that go with what that evidence was as I went through, as what was identified by them to me as I measured it.
Okay, so then to be clear, for each item of evidence that we see on this sketch, are you utilizing the numbers that had been assigned by the DCI where they placed the flags next to an item of evidence, or are these your own numbers?
These are my own numbers. They just told me what the evidence was and held the reflector on that evidence, and I measured it.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand that. Now, let's talk about that pathway that feeds off that Circle Drive, going to, is that the south, essentially?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Show us where that pathway would be then when we look over at State's Exhibit 42.
Comes off, it's wooded, it's a dirt pathway, and just runs to the south right along in that area.
What was found when you proceeded down in that pathway, or when law enforcement proceeded down that pathway?
There was, they had me measure what they identified as a shirt, and then there was a white jug.
Okay. All right. And then the clump of numbers that we see, show us where that would correlate to locations on State's Exhibit 42.
So if you come off the, we'll call it the main road off 270th, to the right over in this area, I think that's a tire that's there. It's that general vicinity.
Absolutely. As we move through the sketches, is it going to be more clear what items there are represented in that clump of numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, let's go to then what would be the north side of the pond. And looking down here, going back to your sketch, is there a clothing item that was found near the skeletal remains?
There's another item that they identified as a shirt.
All right. And then is everything else pretty much clumped together in that large clumping that we're seeing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking you to State's Exhibit 142-2, how does this particular sketch differ from the previous sketch that we've seen?
It's the same diagram, it's just zoomed in.
Okay, got it. And then have you set some type of measurement on this?
There's a scale bar that's in feet.
Okay, all right. How is that utilized?
If you want to measure anything in there, 0 to 50 feet, that would be if you were to measure that, that scale, that's the scale of the diagram.
Gotcha. Let's go to 142-3. What is 142-3, and what would be the difference between that and our previous exhibits?
It is the area where the evidence was, kind of zoomed in even closer.
All right, and I'm actually going to flip that around. And as we look at this then, are you identifying what has been located?
Yes.
All right. Take us through that numerically.
This is what was identified by me by the DCI people that were holding the prison. And they told me what the evidence was, and that's what I coded it as. So over here you have a shoe, number 4, bullet, skull, elbow, hand, ribs, right toe, femoral head, which was part of a leg bone, I believe, and then 13 was a leg bone, and then 14 is a foot bone.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to go back for purposes of our written record. The shoe was what number?
Number 4.
And then with the clumping where we have a number of skeletal remains, give us the number assigned to each item that you identified.
So marker number 1 is the white jug. Number 2 was the shirt. Number 3 was the shirt. Number 4 was the shoe. 5 and 6 were bullet. 7 was the skull. 8 was a femoral head. 9 was an elbow. 10 was a hand. 11 was ribs. 12 was right toe. 13 was left leg. And 14 was foot bone.
Okay. States Exhibit 142-4 then. How does this differ from the previous exhibit?
It's pretty much the same, it's just zoomed in closer.
Okay. And then going to States Exhibit 142.5, and let me turn that upside down. What is it that we're seeing in this one? Hold on, let me go down.
It was the, kind of references the location of the shirt, which I'm going to refer back to the map over here, which was further be to the west of the remains that were here.
Gotcha. All right. And then 142.6. What is States Exhibit 142.6?
It's just a legend that was put together to identify what the markers were
Okay.
that I assigned to it.
All right. And then just walk us through that for purposes of our written record.
Marker number 1 was the white jug. 2, shirt. 3, shirt. 4, shoe. 5 and 6 were the bullet. 7 was the skull. 8 was the femoral head. 10 was a elbow.
9.
9 elbow. 10 hand. 11 ribs. 12 was right toe. 13 was left leg, and then 14 was a foot bone.
And then finally, States Exhibit 142.7. What is this particular exhibit?
That's the measurement log of all the points that were taken from the project.
Okay, and so then does that give us all of the measurements relative to these items?
To create the diagram, yes.
Gotcha. All right. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Mr. Waters.
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, essentially what I'm gathering is that you show up on the scene on this date, I think on March 23rd of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And then your job essentially is to put up these prisms or poles and then figure out the distance between these items, right?
I just measured to the locations. I gave it to the crime scene personnel from DCI. They told me what it was, held the prism on the evidence, and I took the measurement and coded it.
Okay, and these items had already been mapped out and laid out, or rather they had already been identified by the DCI.
Correct.
So when you show up, I want to talk about items number 5 and number 6. Those were the 2 bullets. When you show up and you put these poles or whatever it is that you're doing, how are these 2 bullets laying? I imagine on the ground, right?
They were on the ground, yes. Exactly to where they were laying, I didn't examine. I mean, I did a quick look over, cursory look, but the evidence personnel actually held the prism for each shot and told me what that was, and I was going to reference the measurement log. So I'm 41 feet away from them, roughly, and they're just saying, this shot, that's what it is, bullet. So they would have held it to the location that they had. All I did was measure off toward what they identified.
Okay, but you with your own eyes saw these 2 bullets, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were those fired bullets?
Yes. Well, they were, I don't remember the details. I didn't examine them.
They were slugs, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
All right.
The state has no further questions.
You may step down. Ms. Cunningham, are you calling? Oh, you have another one. How long will this be?
She's going to be a little bit, and then Alicia Fritz. Those are the 2 we how to get done today.
Well, I think this would be a good time for our mid-afternoon break.
Okay,
All right.
sounds good.
We will be in adjournment for approximately 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Please remain seated. Court is now in session.
Ms. O'Donnell, you'll be doing the questioning of the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may call the next witness.
The state calls Jill Foster.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please take the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name?
Jill Foster, Jill Foster.
How are you currently employed?
I am currently employed by the U.S. Army Forensics Exploitation Department as a firearm and toolmark examiner.
And how long have you worked for the military?
A little over 2.5 years.
Prior to your current employment, where were you working?
I worked at the Davenport Police Department.
And in what capacity did you work for the Davenport Police Department?
I was their lead crime scene technician.
And how long were you employed as the lead crime scene technician?
For 12 years.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and the training that you would have received to be a crime scene technician?
So I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry, a bachelor's degree in criminalistics, a master's degree in forensic science, and I am certified as a senior crime scene analyst with the International Association for Identification.
What exactly were your duties as the lead crime scene technician for the Davenport Police Department?
So as lead technician, we do a lot of supervisory duties, which don't come into play in things like this. When we're working a shift, we're called out to anything that could potentially be considered a crime scene. And our job is to go to that scene, document it, try to preserve and identify any evidence that we can, and then do the collection of that evidence.
As part of your duties, have you received specialized training in documenting and collecting items of evidence?
Yes, I have.
Generally speaking, when you are called to a crime scene, what is your process that you'd follow to document and identify and preserve any items of evidence?
So upon my arrival, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start taking photographs. That is the best way that we can preserve the scene as we see it upon our arrival. And I'm also going to take notes. So what I have is called an ID card that I make when I take photographs. It's my first photograph, and on the back of that I will take notes, and then those notes will get put into a report later on. As we go through the scene, we'll do a quick walkthrough of it, try to locate and identify anything that could be considered evidence in the case that we're working, and we'll mark it with markers, we'll make notations of it, and we'll photograph it as we go.
And you indicated that you start with taking overall photos. As you do start to identify items that may be items of interest, how would you then focus your photography on those items?
So we start with overviews of the whole scene to document the entire scene. Then we're going to do intermediates. We want to show the relationship of the evidence between each other. So we'll do intermediates, which is slightly a little bit close up. It's showing that evidence, but it's not completely focused on that evidence. And then once we identify the evidence, we'll do close-up of that evidence. So they'll actually fill the frame, and those will just focus entirely on that piece of evidence.
You also indicated that at some point you would mark those items as well.
Yes.
What does that entail?
So we have what's called evidence markers. They're usually brightly colored and they're numbered. And this allows us to flag the items of evidence so that when I'm looking at the entirety of the scene, I can see where that evidence is located.
After you document those items, how would you proceed with processing a crime scene?
It's all going to depend on the evidence that I have in that scene. So every scene is different. If it's an item that can be easily collected and preserved, we're going to photograph it, and then we're going to collect it and appropriately package it. And that packaging is going to be sealed, dated, and marked, and then secured in our vehicle. If it's an item of evidence that cannot be physically collected, we will photograph it. If it's something that could be swabbed, we will swab it, such as like biological items. If it's impression evidence that we can't do, we'll do more close-up photographs with scale, and then we'll also attempt to either cast or lift them.
For the items that you are able to collect, you indicated that you would package them and place them in your car. From there, where would those items go?
So once we're done processing the scene, we'll return back to our lab at the Davenport Police Department. Those items would then be inventoried and verified and placed into our electronic evidence program. Labels are created and attached to the packaging, and then they're placed in pass-through lockers to be received by our Property and Evidence Division.
And typically, would those items remain in your custody, care, and control until the point that they're placed into that locker?
Yes, they wouldn't ever leave my custody.
Now, back on July 10th of 2020, were you working for the Davenport Police Department at that point in time?
Yes, I was.
And were you working in your capacity as the lead crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
Now, at some point in that afternoon, were you dispatched to the police station in order to photograph a vehicle?
Yes, at approximately 2:30 that afternoon, I was dispatched to our police garage, the garage that we use for the police, in order to serve a search warrant on a vehicle.
Now, this garage that you're talking about, what do you mean when you say a police garage?
So the main garage is just the bay where we keep all of the police vehicles and vehicles coming in and out to be processed. Once I get down there, I have access to what's our secure evidence garage. That's got limited access, and then we move that vehicle into the secure access garage.
Now, you mentioned that part of your job was to serve a search warrant on this vehicle?
Yes, so the detectives would have obtained a search warrant, notating certain things that they wanted completed with the vehicle, and then it is my job to complete those tasks.
Do you recall at this time what the purpose of what you were looking for on that particular day in regards to this vehicle?
So at this point, we didn't have much information, and what we don't want to do is we don't want to rush into processing something. So we just wanted to do an initial search of the vehicle to see if there was any evidence that could help us identify or give us any investigative leads in this case. So we were just looking for, anything that can do that. So it was just kind of more of a brief preview of the vehicle. And then as we got more information, we would come up with a game plan on how to actually process the vehicle.
So once you arrived at the police garage, what initial observations did you make of this particular vehicle?
So it was a red in color Chevy Impala, and it was brought into our secure bay.
So after you make your initial observations, how did you proceed with processing this vehicle?
So our next step is to take photographs. So once again, that's the initial documentation stage. So we take photographs of both the exterior and interior of the vehicle.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Foster, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 1-1 through 126. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took of the vehicle that day.
So, did these exhibits fairly Impala that was brought into the Davenport Police Garage on July 10th, 2020 at approximately 2:30 p.m.?
Yes, they do.
And do they contain both the exterior and interior photos that you previously described taking?
Yes, they do.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 1-1 through 126 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Use that law. So, Ms. Foster, I'm going to show you first State's Exhibit 1. I don't know if there's a better way to do this. Okay, well, it's labeled here, State's Exhibit 1-2. And Elmo, unfortunately, does not capture the whole image. Okay, that's a little better. What's being depicted in State's Exhibit 1-2?
So this is an overview of the rear of the vehicle, showing both the trunk area and the rear driver's side.
This is State's Exhibit 1-3. What's being depicted in this photograph?
This is another overview from the rear, showing both the trunk area and the rear passenger side.
Specifically on the trunk there, do you make any specific observations of any stickers or objects of that sort?
Yes, there was a sticker on the rear next to the tail light above the, I believe it says it's a flex fuel sign of the vehicle.
And what color does that sticker appear to be?
It is white in color.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 1-4. What's being depicted in this photograph?
That is an overview of the front of the vehicle and the front passenger side.
State's Exhibit 1-5. What's being depicted here?
That is the front of the vehicle, and it shows the hood area and the front driver's side.
State's Exhibit 1-6.
That is an overview of just the entire front end of the vehicle.
Would this photograph also depict the license plate on that vehicle?
Yes.
And did you observe, again, anything on the windshield regarding a sticker or anything that's being depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there was a sticker on the front driver's side portion of the vehicle that looks similar to what a parking pass type of sticker.
Showing you then just State's Exhibit 1-7. As you were documenting and observing this vehicle, did you make any observations about the tint of the windows?
Yes, the vehicle did have a darker tint on the windows than we don't normally see. They can come in different variations, but it was a darker tint.
And is that being depicted in State's Exhibit 1-7?
Yes, it is.
This is State's Exhibit 1-9. And what's being depicted in this photograph?
That is an overview of the entirety of the trunk area of the vehicle.
And again, this photograph also depicts the license plate and that sticker that's on the trunk of the vehicle as well.
Yes, it does.
At some point then, you would have begun taking interior photographs of this vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 1-16. What is being depicted in this photograph?
That is an overview of the front passenger side or seat, and it also shows the condition of the interior of the vehicle and then any objects that are located inside the vehicle.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 1-15. What's being depicted here?
That is an overview of the rear passenger seat, also showing any items and the condition of the vehicle.
And then State's Exhibit 112, what is being depicted here?
That is an overview of the trunk and the items that were located inside the trunk.
Now, during your search of this vehicle, at any point in time were the items inside the trunk moved at all?
No, they were not.
Why not?
Any time that we process or access a scene, such as this vehicle, you're altering it. And so until we know what evidence we want to focus on and what is going to be a priority, we don't want to manipulate it. We don't want to take the chance of altering anything unnecessarily or contaminating anything unnecessarily.
So even though in this photograph there appears to be a box with items inside of it, at any point in time did you or anyone else, while you were executing this search warrant, start to look through or rummage through that box to see what else was in there?
No, we did not.
Same goes for any of the other items depicted in this photograph.
Correct.
After taking photographs then of both the interior and exterior of this vehicle, how did you proceed with your processing?
So at this point it was determined we were going to do an initial search for any bodily fluids or blood items. So we used an alternate light source to view the interior of the vehicle and the trunk area of the vehicle.
Explain what you mean when you describe using an alternative light source to try to find either blood or some other bodily fluid.
So an alternate light source allows us to use specific wavelengths of light to view items. In this case, what we have looks kind of like a flashlight on the end of a big box that we can use to view items. And then when we're looking at it in specific wavelengths, we use filter goggles. Those filter goggles are also going to help us filter out specific wavelengths of light. What this does is it allows us to see the reflection or absorption of the light on items within the vehicle. So with bodily fluids, they reflect light. So they almost look like they fluoresce or luminesce under the alternate light source. With blood, blood absorbs all light, so it gives it kind of a matte black appearance. And it's just a tool for us, kind of a presumptive way of looking and seeing if we can find anything that would be evidentiary as far as blood or bodily fluids.
So when you're describing this process of using this alternative light source, what I'm picturing is you wearing some sort of weird goggles, holding up some sort of colored light and just looking around this vehicle. Is that fair to say?
That is pretty accurate, yes.
And again, would that process of using this light involve any sort of touching or anything like that of the interior of the vehicle?
No, it does not.
So specifically when referring to bodily fluids, you indicated that using this light, bodily fluids tend to fluoresce or look brighter. Is that fair?
Yes, so when I state bodily fluids, I'm talking more biological, so saliva, semen, vaginal secretions, things of that nature.
And did you note any areas within this vehicle that did fluoresce or appear to perhaps have some bodily fluids?
Yes, there were some areas on the rear seat that did.
So I'm showing you again State's Exhibit 115. When you indicated some areas in the rear seat, again, is that what's being depicted here in this photograph?
The rear seat is, yes.
Did you take any additional photographs of any of those areas that were fluorescing when you used the alternative light source?
No, at this point they were just notated, and what we would do is when we go to actually process the vehicle, we would make sure we were considering that and adding that into the processing sequence.
So at this point the purpose was just to note anything not necessarily do any further examination on those findings.
Yes.
Were there any other areas in the interior of the vehicle where you noted potential bodily fluids?
Not at that time, no.
Did you then do the same alternative light source where you were looking for potential blood?
So yes, so when we do the alternate light source, I can easily change the wavelength. So it's 415 to 430 nanometers with either clear or orange. So we can actually look for both the blood and the biologicals at the same time.
And did you know any potential areas of blood either within the interior of the car or the trunk of the car?
There was some items that indicated they could possibly be blood on an item in the trunk of the vehicle.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 112. Do you recall which items or areas within the trunk where your findings indicated potential blood?
So it's very difficult to see from this photograph, but on the side of this black and white bag, towards the very front of the trunk, you could see an axe head. We didn't want to manipulate or move anything, but that is what was viewed. On that axe, there was some indication that there could be blood.
And again, was anything done at that time to further process that axe head?
No, the only thing that was done was by a detective that was there that documented it.
Was there any further processing done with this vehicle at this time?
No, there was not.
And at the conclusion then of your processing, what would have been done with this vehicle?
So what happens when I'm completed is all the doors are shut. Each door is sealed with evidence tape, and it's dated and signed by myself. So that way it is secure, and we'll be able to notate if anybody accesses the vehicle.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
After processing the Chevy Impala, were you then asked to come to the police station to take additional photographs?
Yes, I was asked to respond upstairs to the Detective Bureau to take some photographs and serve a search warrant.
And who were you, or what were you being asked to take photographs of at that time?
I was asked to take photographs of Henry Dinkins.
Do you recall approximately what time that would have been?
It was approximately 5:57.
AM or PM?
It was PM.
Why were you being asked to take photographs of Henry Dinkins?
So at this point, I was informed that he had been identified as a possible suspect in the case, and then they had wanted us to serve a search warrant and process him. So this time, even people can be considered crime scenes, so we were going to process him for any evidence.
When you were dealing with a person that could be considered a potential crime scene, how would you then proceed with processing that individual?
So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take photographs. They're going to consist of the same thing: overviews of the person, intermediates of the person, and then focus on anything that has been determined. So if there's any injuries, if they're looking at hands, identifying marks or features, anything of that nature.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Foster, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 2-1 through 2-8. Could you please look through those? Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what is being shown in Exhibits 2-1 through 2-8?
Those are the photographs I took of Henry Dinkins that day.
And those were photographs taken on July 10th, 2020 at Davenport Police station?
Yes, they were.
And they fairly accurately depict the way that Mr. Dinkins would have looked at the police station on that day,
Upon my arrival, yes.
upon your arrival?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 2-1 through 2-8 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you here well, fortunately that's about as much as I can show right here. This is State's Exhibit 2-2. What's being depicted in this photograph?
So this is an overview of the subject, and I know you can't see the head, but it's actually from the top of the head to the bottom of the feet.
If I turn it this way here, you can see the rest of the photograph. Does it contain a picture of his face?
Yes, it does.
Now you mentioned that as you arrived to the police station, this is how Mr. Dinkins looked. To your knowledge, did he have other clothing on before your arrival?
I believe I asked a detective about collection of clothing, and they were taking care of that, so I'm not sure what his state of dress was upon my arrival.
But this is how he looked once you made contact with him.
Correct.
Showing you State's Exhibit 2-3. What are we being shown here?
So this will be his left side as an overview.
What's the purpose of taking multiple angles, overall pictures of an individual?
We want to show the entirety. So in this case, it's like a piece of evidence or a scene. We want to show its entirety. We don't want to miss anything. So that way, if there's something we need to look at later on, we have the entirety and we can show it.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 2-4. What's being depicted here?
That is the back of the subject.
And then State's Exhibit 2-5, what's being shown here?
And that's an overview of the right side.
From your observations, did you note anything of significance in any of the overall photographs that you took of Mr. Dinkins?
No, I did not.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 2-7, what is being depicted here?
So as part of the search warrant, I was asked to take photographs and document the condition of his hands.
And specifically what's being shown then in State's Exhibit 2-7?
So on this one, it's the back of both of his hands.
And did you note anything of significance on the back of his hands?
No, I did not.
Showing you State's Exhibit 2-8, what's being shown here?
So these are close-ups of the palms of his hands.
And again, anything of significance that you noted on the palms of his hands?
No, there was not.
Now, while you were executing the search warrant on Mr. Dinkins, initially, were you going to engage in more processing of him personally at that time?
Yes, it was requested that I take buccal swabs or known swabs of the subject and also swabs of his fingers and under his nails.
Now, you mentioned a buccal swab and called it a known swab. What does that mean?
That means we have actually identified the subject. We will actually take a photograph of their ID. They're identified by other people. This is documented on a special collection kit. These swabs are then used to swab the inside of the cheeks. They are placed in a sealed envelope. The thumb prints are taken of the subject and placed on the front of the envelope. That small envelope is placed into a larger envelope that's also sealed, and then it's submitted to our property and evidence that way. So now we know exactly who we took those swabs of, so it is their known DNA.
And were you asked to collect any other swabs at that time?
Yes, I was asked to swab his fingernails and hands.
Did you ultimately collect either a known buccal swab or swabs from Mr. Dinkins' hands?
Not at this time, no.
Why was that not done?
So it's like processing anything else. We don't want to rush into it and manipulate things before we have a chance to do them in its entirety. So at this time, with the circumstances that were given, it was determined that penile swabs would also be necessary. So the detectives had decided to obtain a new search warrant including that, and we would just do all of the swabbing at one time.
So initially, the search warrant included photographs and then swabs for a known buccal swab and swabs for Mr. Dinkins' hands, correct?
Correct.
But it did not include penile swabs or swabs from his penis?
Correct.
And a decision was made to essentially go apply for a new search warrant to add penile swabs as an item to collect?
Correct.
To your knowledge then, did somebody else collect those items at a different time?
As far as I'm aware, I was sent to another location at that point.
So then at that point, where were you sent?
I was sent down to Credit Island.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have been sent down to Credit Island?
It was approximately 6:30 at that point.
Again, is that PM?
Yes, it is PM.
Why were you sent to Credit Island?
I was informed that during the interviews there was information given that there were shoe impressions down at Credit Island that could possibly belong to the suspect. And detectives had arrived on scene and located shoe impressions that they wanted me to document.
When you arrived at the scene, who did you make contact with?
Can I check my report?
Do you have your report in front of you?
I do.
Would reviewing your report help refresh your memory about who you made contact with?
Yes, I believe it was Detective Hammis, but I just want to verify.
Your Honor, may she review her report?
She may.
Yes, it was Detective Hammis.
And did Detective Hammis then direct you towards the shoe impressions that had been located?
Towards the area, yes.
Ms. Foster, was a diagram of Credit Island prepared to help assist with orienting yourself to where those shoe impressions were located on Credit Island?
Yes, it was.
And would reviewing or looking at that diagram help assist your testimony in explaining where you went to find those shoe impressions?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may we use the whiteboard that has a diagram on that this time?
You may.
Laser pointed.
I'm going to hand you this.
Okay.
Ms. Foster, are you able to generally explain the diagram of Credit Island?
Yes.
Okay. Could you approach the diagram? So, starting with the bottom of the diagram, what is being depicted there, again, towards the bottom of that?
Okay, so that is River Drive, and it runs from east to west in front of Credit Island.
And has it been labeled River Drive as well?
Yes, it has.
And turning on the map, it's labeled towards south. Is that the entrance to Credit Island, that roadway?
Yes, so as you're coming west, I was coming from the west in this direction. I would turn south onto the roadway to enter into Credit Island.
Ms. Foster, I apologize for the interruption, but can I ask you to step on the other side of the witness stand over just a bit? It will allow you to speak a little more directly towards me and my court reporter, and make it easier for her to hear, and I can see the diagram better. Thank you.
And to your knowledge, is that the only roadway that would be an entrance and an exit into Credit Island?
Yes.
Now, as you arrived at Credit Island, where would you initially have gone?
So as I turned in, I went directly to this, it's kind of like a little gravel area to the west, and I turned in and parked along that gravel area.
Is that area kind of like a parking lot?
I don't know if that's its intention, but that's what it is utilized for.
And then, again, according to the map, what would be west of that parking lot that's depicted there?
So there's actually kind of a swampy area or overflow from the Mississippi River. So depending on the time of day, the water actually comes up almost to River Drive, and at other times of the day it kind of ebbs back in. So what we have is a muddy, swampy area and then a body of water.
So after you pulled into that gravel area and you were directed towards the shoe impressions, where would you have gone?
So I would have been on this kind of northwest side. As you kind of come around this body of water, there was a muddy area. The shoe impression started in that muddy area, continued west into the tree line. It does become kind of heavily wooded as you continue to circle around.
Now, you've already indicated that area was muddy. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So as you made your way northwest along that path, did you yourself observe any shoe impressions?
Yes. The shoe impressions had been previously marked by the responding officers and detectives. So there were already some evidence markers out to help indicate the pathway. So I was able to observe those shoe impressions, and then I also did a secondary search looking for any additional shoe impressions, and I did not find any at that time.
Did you make any observations of the shoe impressions themselves?
Yes. So there was a pathway that officers were taking as they started searching and documented to where they had traveled. So I was trying to stay within that pathway. But that was also considerably muddy. So as you walked, the treads of your shoes were filling up with mud. So while you would leave some pretty good shoe impressions as you started walking, by the time you got into that swampy, muddy area, you were just seeing maybe an outline of the shoe impression, if any impressions at all.
Why would that be?
Just as that mud collects in that tread, it just kind of obliterates anything. It just kind of keeps caking on and caking on to the point where there's no more tread, there's no more traction.
And presumably you were wearing shoes that day?
Yes, I had boots on.
And did you make those observations about your own shoes that you were wearing?
Yes, because there's always the question, if we're seeing a shoe or a pathway going in one direction, why are we not seeing it come back in alternate directions? It's almost like somebody goes in but doesn't come back out. So by notating that, we're notating that could be why we're not possibly seeing any additional shoe impressions.
Now, you mentioned this as well, but the path of travel of the shoe impressions that were located, which direction did they appear to be going?
So the ones that I observed were going to the west and kind of circling around and then slightly back to the south.
And did you observe any shoe impressions that appeared to maybe be return shoe impressions back towards the east?
Not that I can recollect. There were a lot of just, like I said, impressions where you could see an outline of a shoe, but it was really hard to determine the pathway or the directionality of where they were going.
The shoe impressions that were located, the tread that you mentioned, first, what is a tread of a shoe impression?
So the tread is what you find at the bottom of the shoe. Every shoe is different. In dress shoes, there's not much of a tread. It's just a very kind of slick bottom. When you look at boots, you see a very heavily or deep tread pattern. Sneakers can vary. So they're a design portion of the shoe. They're designed by the manufacturer. They determine that tread pattern. But it gives us a determination of what type of shoe we may be looking at.
And the shoe impressions that you observed, did the tread pattern on each of those appear consistent with one another?
Yes, they did.
Once you located the tread impressions in the mud, how did you then proceed with processing those shoe impressions?
So with shoe impressions, we cannot, collect them per se. So what we do is we're going to photograph them, take overviews, intermediates, and close-ups, and then I'm going to do additional close-ups with a scale in a 1-to-1 ratio, which means that if they are to be compared later on, they can actually utilize those photographs for comparison purposes.
Okay, I'll have you take a seat here again. Did you then photograph the shoe impressions that you observed on July 10th at Credit Island?
Yes, I did.
Additionally, did you photograph any other items while you were there?
Yes, at the very end, I was informed a flip-flop had been found, so I went to that location, which was slightly more west, and took some additional photographs and collected the flip-flop.
Do you recall what that flip-flop looked like?
Can I refer to my report? I do have a description of it in my report.
Would reviewing your report help refresh your memory about the description of the flip-flop?
Yes, it would.
May she refer to her report, Your Honor?
She may.
The flip-flop I have described as child size and originally white and pink in color.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Foster, I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 3-1 through 3-141. Would you please look through those exhibits? recognize State's Exhibits 3-1 through 3-141?
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
These are the photographs that I took that day at Credit Island.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the shoe impressions that you observed on July 10th, 2020 at Credit Island, as well as that pink flip-flop?
Yes, they do.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 3-1 through 3-141 into evidence.
I have no objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May we publish some of these?
You may.
Starting then with State's Exhibit 3-2, what is being depicted here?
That is the Credit Island sign that's located at the entrance of Credit Island to show the location of where we were at.
And then this is State's Exhibit 3-3. What are we looking at here?
So that is an overview of the area where the shoe impressions were located.
And are you able to observe that roadway in this photograph as well, and the only roadway into and out of Credit Island?
Yes, you can.
This is State's Exhibit 3-5. What's being depicted here?
So this is an additional overview, and this is showing more to the west where it starts to become wooded.
This is State's Exhibit 3-6. What's being shown here?
So that is an overview of the scene, and you can see the yellow markers that are indicating the shoe impressions that we've located.
Going back quickly to 3-6, are you able to tell us which markers you're able to observe in that photograph?
So they're slightly out of order and numbering just because I was able to locate more shoe impressions upon my arrival. 9 through 13 are very clear there, and then I believe also 1 and 2, and then the rest are slightly further west and farther back.
So this is State's Exhibit 3-8. What's being depicted here?
So this is going to be another overview of that pathway, slightly from a different angle, just to show how that the shoe impressions are kind of wrapping around.
And as you're taking photographs of the shoe impressions, are you yourself moving along the path as well in the northwestern direction?
Yes, so I started out just by going west, and then you kind of wrap around and start heading a little bit north.
This is State's Exhibit 3-11. What's being shown here?
So this is an additional overview, and if you can, it's hard to see, but in the middle of that photograph are some additional evidence markers showing more shoe impressions that were located.
This is State's Exhibit 3-13. What's being shown here?
So that is a little bit more of a closer up, so more of an intermediate of that pathway, showing those evidence markers and where they're located.
And what exhibit markers are being shown here?
So that is evidence markers 3 through 8.
This is State's Exhibit 3-14. And what's being shown here?
So this is an intermediate, and what I'm showing here is we have evidence marker 7, and then we actually have kind of a gap where there becomes a lot of debris, and then you see evidence marker 8.
And was evidence marker 8 the last shoe impression that you've documented, moving northwest along that path there?
Yes, it was.
This is State's Exhibit 3-19. What's being shown here?
So that's that same pathway, just viewing it standing on the west side looking eastward.
And in State's Exhibit 3-2, there was a sign you'd mentioned that said Credit Island. Are you able to observe that same sign here in this photograph? Probably not very well with the lighting.
I was going to say not very well on this photograph, no.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 326. What's being shown here in this photograph?
So that is a close-up of the shoe impression located by evidence marker number 12.
This is State's Exhibit 336. What's being shown here?
That is a close-up of the shoe impression located by number 9.
Now specifically, when it came to shoe impressions 9 and 12, did you attempt to do any further processing with those shoe impressions?
So for shoe impressions 6, 9, and 12, I took additional close-up photographs with scale in case they could be utilized for comparison. And then I attempted to cast those shoe impressions to preserve them.
When you say cast a shoe impression, what does that mean?
So we use what's called dental stone. It's similar to plaster. We get it in a powder form. We add water and we mix it. We pour it into the bottom of the impression, and then it hardens. And once it's hardened, we can remove that cast at that point and package it and submit it into evidence.
And what's the purpose of creating a cast of a shoe impression?
So once I leave that scene, you can't go back and recover that evidence. It's potentially gone once you release that scene. And with shoe impressions, I have no way to physically remove that shoe impression from the ground. So I want to document it in as many ways possible, and in many ways as possible, and preserve it as best as possible in case we're able to locate shoes. And comparison, or an examiner that does comparisons of shoe wear impression, can utilize those tools for the comparison.
Now, the shoes that would have left those impressions that you observed on Credit Island, fair to say that they probably would have been covered with mud?
Yes.
Did you make your own observations of your own shoes that you had been wearing on that day in regards to how muddy they were?
Yes, they were literally to the point where I was having trouble walking because the mud had caked up so badly.
Now, you also mentioned locating a pink flip-flop, showing you here State's Exhibit 3-138. What's being depicted in this photograph?
So that's an intermediate of the flip-flop. It was actually a white in color flip-flop with the pink strap.
And this is State's Exhibit 141. What's being shown here?
That's another intermediate to show the position and its condition upon us locating it.
Then State's Exhibit 139. What's being shown here?
That is a close-up of the flip-flop once it's been turned over.
Did you collect that flip-flop at this time?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do with it once you collected that item?
It was brought back to the station. We made sure it was put in a secure area to continue drying because it was still slightly wet. Once it was completed drying, it was packaged and sealed in a paper bag and placed into property and evidence.
Again, I'm going to ask you to return to the diagram again. Could you just generally point out at first, again, where those shoe impressions or the footprints were on the diagram?
So it's been a while, but the best of my recollection is as you're traveling west, kind of coming in from this area, you start to go across. They started about halfway down to that wooded area, and then they continued all the way down into the heavily wooded portion of it.
And then, to the best of your recollection, are you able to show on the diagram where that pink flip-flop was located?
It would have been slightly further west of where that body of water was, so it probably wouldn't even be on the diagram at this point. It'd be further west.
And again, that area is pretty heavily wooded.
Yes, it was where the flip-flop was located. It was all wooded area.
Did you have any further involvement then with this particular investigation?
No, I did not.
I don't have any further questions for you.
Mr. Waters?
Ma'am, I want to first talk to you about your involvement with the Chevrolet Impala, okay? That would have been on July 10th of 2020, right?
Correct.
And what time again was that at? I think you said 2:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, and essentially you've testified that you went in there and you took some photographs and that you used a methodology called alternative light source. Is that how you put it?
It's an alternate light source.
Okay, and then my understanding is that that alternate light source is being put up to some form of stain, right?
So we use it to view the interior of the vehicle, and it would help us locate any evidence, so we can even see other items, but the biological fluids will fluoresce for us to be able to visualize them.
Okay, and biological fluids could contain anything like blood, semen, vaginal secretion, something like that, right?
Usually when we state biological, we don't consider blood. It's more of the saliva, semen, and vaginal secretions. Those will fluoresce. Blood actually absorbs light, so it looks like a very matte, really dark area.
Okay, so then I think you testified that in the back seat of the Chevrolet Impala, that popped up, right?
So there were two areas in the back middle portion of that rear seat that did fluoresce, yes.
Okay, but your involvement wouldn't have anything to do with testing whether this was blood or semen or saliva or some other bodily secretion, right?
No, I did no further testing on that vehicle.
Okay, so you couldn't tell me whether it was blood, saliva, semen,
Correct.
vaginal fluid, anything like that?
Correct.
Okay. And I'll be brief, I promise, but I think the next step that you took is that you took pictures of Mr. Dinkins, right?
After the vehicle was completed, yes, I went upstairs and took photographs of Mr. Dinkins.
What time of day would that have been?
It was approximately 5:57.
Okay, so that would have been July 10th of 2020 as well?
Yes, and it was
Okay.
PM.
And you mentioned earlier in your testimony that the police told you that Mr. Dinkins was a suspect, right?
I don't know if they used the word suspect or involved subject that we had a search warrant for.
Okay, well, do you remember giving a deposition in this matter?
Yes, I do.
I think that was on May 9th of 2023. Does that sound correct?
Correct.
And if I were to tell you that your testimony in your deposition says, I was requested to process the suspect, would you have any reason to believe that I'm not telling you the truth?
No, I would not.
Okay. And what time of day, I know you just told me that it was 5:57 p.m. When you went up there, but I imagine you were responding to some police officers to tell you to go take some pictures, right?
Correct. I would have gone to the detective bureau and met with the detectives.
Okay, so then at what time of day did the detectives or the police officers tell you to go take these pictures of Mr. Dinkins?
I would be shortly afterwards. I could only tell by looking at the photographs. There is a timestamp on the photographs.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. You began taking pictures of the car at 2:30 p.m., right?
Correct.
How long did that take?
As soon as I was completed, I immediately responded upstairs, so it took quite a while for
Okay,
all
so
of that
maybe-
processing to be completed.
Maybe about 3 hours?
That sounds about correct, yes.
And then the next step you took in this investigation, or your assignment, I'll call it that, was taking fingernail swabs, right?
That was requested when I responded, yes.
And that was, I imagine, soon after taking pictures of Mr. Dinkins?
So when I went upstairs, they informed me they wanted all of that completed at that time. So I was informed of that. I started with the photographs, and then it was brought up that the penile swabs had not been included in the search warrant. And then upon discussion, it was determined to wait for that additional search, or for the new search warrant to be completed.
Okay, so how much time had passed between you taking the fingernail swabs and then the information that you wanted to have, they wanted to have the penile swabs?
I did not take the fingernail swabs. We were not going to do any swabbing whatsoever until we were able to do them all at one time.
Gotcha. Why were the penile swabs deemed necessary?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
I'll move on. I'll just talk to you just lastly about these shoe impressions. Again, that would have been July 10th of 2020?
Correct.
Okay, so this must have been, I'm imagining, maybe 7 p.m.?
I believe I responded at 6:30.
Okay. And so you take, I'm guessing, somewhere in that stack of photos over here, somewhere around 200 pictures. Sound fair?
It was approximately that, yes.
Okay. Now, were you involved at all with comparing those impressions to any other shoe?
No, our job as the crime scene technician is just to preserve and collect and document that evidence. Once it's placed into property evidence and the photographs are downloaded, any additional comparisons or examinations are determined by the detectives and sent to our state lab.
Okay, that's just somebody else's job.
Yep, that's correct.
Then, with that in mind, you couldn't tell me whether the impressions that you took pictures of or the cast that you took, you couldn't tell me whether that was from a boot or a shoe or from some other sort of footwear, right?
No, I would not be able to tell you that.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell,
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
you may step down.
Thank you.
You may. With the permission of the attorneys, I do not find that there was anything discussed within the bench conference that is of any confidential nature. I always like to make a record of my bench conferences during the course of a trial to make a good record of a trial. So with that, I will make the record on that bench trial. And as we progress through the case, I will do that after each bench conference. So that there is the record. And I also always invite the attorneys to add to the record if they feel it's necessary, or just confirm that that's a fair summary of the bench conference. The bench conference that we had, the state was advising the court that the next witness may take a bit of a time. There's some additional photographs that will be introduced through that witness, and the state felt that it would be more appropriate to have that as their first witness tomorrow morning rather than start and then interrupt that visit, and there was no objection by the defense. Is that a fair summary, Ms. O'Donnell?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Waters?
It is, Your Honor.
Thank you. With that, we will adjourn for the day. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a good evening.